Alright, that'll do probably. Something that's probably a little bit more bare bones than something else that I could potentially say when I actually start speaking, but hey. A few strange, somewhat convenient, and somewhat inconvenient, and I don't know, I guess that could be a little more streamlined. Adjustments to the way that I ended up being awake today took place. And I would like to imagine that at the end of the day I'll be able to interpret them as a good thing, but how they ended up causing me to pretty much contradict myself on something that I thought was gonna be not something that I ended up contradicting myself in, but well, in the end it probably won't be that big of a deal, but anyway, yes, you know, I probably should just say something different anyhow. But what I should be saying right now, in addition to what I already have, is just hello to whoever may be present. Be it at this time, or whatever the time may be. Hello Bern, hello Agar. And welcome back to me attempting to do a very telegraphed series of things for the stream this week. Something that I suppose will quite likely remain I suppose irregularly planned thing. Let's see. And also something else that probably should remain to be a regularly planned thing should be me switching over to the appropriate scene to make this work that I'm about to try and address here, which is the usual thing which I do, which I think I just pretty much prepare myself to get into here on the other browser window that I have open on the other monitor, which is to get some VGM, which I will be getting to in just a moment here. Just as soon as I manage to press a few more buttons on this thing, as well as the buttons that I've already pressed on that part of the screen's correspondence on the computer itself. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna have the thing open in the background and the stopwatch ready as well. I did just reshuffle the playlist, and I would make that big of a difference it might have. But till I can see the Castlevania 1 Poison Mind is one of the last tracks that would have been on the... I had the first handful of tracks that actually become visible right at the beginning. Maybe I could try and just circumvent that in the future run, even though I can see like the first 12 tracks at the top here. Just try to play them anyway, but maybe not. What I will do right now anyhow is go ahead and fade out to this playlist. Another playlist that I've been wanting to update recently, and which I guess I haven't actually updated the playlist itself, but I have updated the list of stuff that it would potentially draw from. I guess I can just play it anyway since it's track number 11 of the 12 tracks. Ooh. That sounds kind of reverby. I don't know about that. But yeah, of the 12 tracks that ended up being at the top here, which I ended up having to skip because I get to see them all from the beginning, this ended up being number 11. But yeah, another like series of VGM stuff that I've kind of added to but haven't really updated the corresponding playlist, which I did make, was my Chase wishlist thing. I get the feeling that there's still a couple of things that I ended up forgetting from that one, probably stuff that would be on this very play, well, not the playlist that's playing right now, but the one that was playing just a minute ago, which I actually play off of to pretty much have a background theme for the stream whenever that's necessary. I feel like there's a few things from this particular playlist that I probably would want to add onto there as well that I have forgotten to, but otherwise ended up leaving a few more there. Played it last night with the tracks from Chase 273. Oh, nice. There is at least some possibility of something new showing up with the fact that I just pretty much redrew this stuff from what the usual links would have had. Oh, hey, this Phantasy Star Online track actually sounds like something I might have at least heard at some point, even though I really have no idea why now that I think about it. I don't think I've actually heard this in the chase itself or practice or anything. Could it be a complete coincidence? I have to wonder. Also, hi Lucifer, welcome to guessing, but well, guessing that hasn't actually started yet because I've just been distracted, but I've tried to talk about a couple of other things, but right now I think I'm about to start it anyhow, but yeah. This thing, the way it usually goes, I will play about 5 random tracks, and by 5 I mean exactly 5 random tracks, unless I end up having to skip some things. I don't know, Earthbound music coming up, which apparently is causing some kind of rampant in copyright ID robots recently. So if something like that does come up, I'll probably just have to skip it in a panic, but other than that, probably 5 tracks for about a minute each, and anyone present may try to guess what they are. And I may do the same, but if I know it immediately, I'll probably not just state it outright, but anyhow, yes. That is the name of the game here, starting in just a few seconds. Because I can confirm that there is in fact more than a minute left in this video if I let it play out, so I'm not gonna do that. Okay, starting now. Alright. I'm not really sure exactly what this would be, but I have at least one suspicion. I get the feeling that there's a couple of soundtracks, or in this case I would say more than a couple of handful of soundtracks maybe, that are usually like the first thing that pops into certain people's minds when they hear this kind of instrumentation, but I get the feeling it might not be from those this time. I mean, it might very well be. I get the feeling that I've definitely heard this, but okay. I get the feeling that also, now that it's gotten to this part and it's gotten to a melody that sounds a bit more like this, it might not be my initial suspicion, which was Yoshi's Woolly World. But I also want to say that it's probably not something like Guilty Gear or anything like that, but it might be a fighting game of some kind or something completely different. Honestly, not too sure myself what it would be, but I mean, it's been more than a minute. I'm just like a little confused because I get a feeling that at least the beginning of that I have heard it before, but I just can't place it right now. It wouldn't be Catherine or anything, would it? I'm just gonna look. It is... oh. Okay, yeah, this would explain a few things, one of which would be why I couldn't place it. Oh, it's apparently Persona 5. And the name of this track is Keeper of Lust, and yeah. I feel like of all the Persona stuff that I have at least made some kind of effort to try and retain, this would be... well, at least the stuff from this game would be something that I've had a particularly hard time retaining, but yeah, there you go. I think this even like came up somewhat recently, and I was like one of the people who actually gets points who didn't know it, pretty much for no other reason than it was Persona 5, and it's like, what? Alrighty then. But yeah, there you go. I also think that not even sure, as you can probably tell. Can't tell you this myself, but based on what I heard at that moment, if I recall correctly, it might be like the generic boss theme or something like that. But yeah. Let me go ahead and move on to the next track now. So let's go and do that. Ooh. One that I actually do know, at least. And one which, to be fair, probably isn't very hard to figure out if you know this kind of sound, but also... I don't know, I feel like this might be possibly a little bit of a track if you're not familiar or you don't that distinctively know the difference between certain instances of this kind of sound occurring in these games that this is from. But I mean, I certainly do. Let me take a look here, because I get the feeling this might be... Okay, I was gonna say this might be not even a minute long, because I feared it was gonna actually stop in just a second, but no. Not quite. There's about another 10 seconds left of it, but it is barely... just barely... over a minute long. It's really 1 minute and 1 second, so I guess I'm just gonna let it play out, but yeah, that was Banjo Tooie. And that was the title theme, which apparently... was it Banjo's theme, even though it's still the title, yeah. I mean, I heard that many times when I was... It's literally the first thing that you hear when you boot up the game on the N64 as the title theme starts appearing. And as far as Redeemed Hydrate, which I feel like I've been doing a couple of times already, not very perceptibly so, since I pretty much woke up from a... To be fair, not a 6 hour this time, but a brief nap right before I started the stream. And I can probably use another one, so thank you for the hydrate. And don't forget that you technically still have that, what's it called? Pretty sure you still have that ASMR redemption ready for whenever. If you want to, say, yeah, I want this to happen now, even though I still haven't really figured out exactly how I would make that work, but... yeah, I don't know what this track is either, to be honest with you. It might be Dota 2 main menu 4. But if it is, then I guess that would all, you know, much like with the Persona track. I would have no idea of what this actually is. Yeah, apparently it is main menu 4. But I would have no idea what this actually is based just on the context, given that I've never actually played Dota 2 for any length of time whatsoever. I think it's supposed to be like a MOBA, isn't it? Even though I played like 2 MOBAs very, very briefly, and they didn't really want to, or make me think I want to keep playing MOBA games. Alright, time to... that was the end of the track, by the way. It just played itself out. So I will go ahead and... to do what I didn't even need to do anything to let happen, which is let the next one keep playing. Which is something else that I don't really recognize. I kind of have to wonder which number track this would be, though. I feel like this is number 4 or something. I've not really been manually looking at that with too many details. God, how do I phrase that? Let me see if I can do that again, but phrase it not terribly this time. I haven't looked very closely at the track list itself, because it's just been like short tracks played themselves out the last couple of times. Oh dear. 52 time eternal or eternal time. If it was that... oh boy. It would calls it eternal time, Chase calls it time eternal. Well, I'm not sure if it is that, but I guess I can look since it... yeah, it's been a minute, so... if it is that, I'll also go ahead and take the chance to see if this is track number 4, which, yes it is, okay. And it... if left to its own devices, it will play for about another 2 minutes or so. So let me take a quick look at the... well, I thought I will find out if I look for this on BGMDB. Is it actually that? Eternal... well, I get the feeling that the second part of that is cut off, because it just says Eternal on the list's rendering of the title. But if I look at the... well, the first thing that I found that's supposedly just for the soundtrack, of the game on VGMDB, it says Eternal Time. If I look at a different one, I don't know if it'll even show up. I think that might be the only listing that's on this side that actually... oh, no, never mind. There's technically another one. There is also one that I think... oh, it's an orange. What does that mean? Dodging in the thing. And apparently that one has, I guess, some kind of remix of that track. And it shows up in the notes as a time eternal, so that's also contradictory. And I get the feeling that that might be the only one that's... yeah, that would actually reference that track. That would be left there, so this also has that, a little bit of a contradiction, but I mean at least the one that seems to be an official release and that has an English listing calls it Eternal Time in Nvidia, maybe in the page for that one. But I wouldn't know. I don't even know if that one actually did get officially translated or what, or how accurate it would be to whatever the original script says. But some combination of those words. I mean, it's like when either the last chase or the second last chase, whatever it was, at Hotline Miami in the Face of Evil came up, and I got the point because, or even though I put up, I messed up and put in. Oh, hey, I'll also know what this track is. This would be the final one, by the way. But yeah, I got the point for In the Face of Evil, even though I messed up and put in the Name of Evil because of the rule of 2/3, I guess, like I actually pretty much mentioned. But yeah, this is from a game that doesn't have an official listing or an OST release, and so you pretty much have to guess at the track names for a lot of these, but I'm pretty sure there's a couple of different tracks that are very similar to the context for this. Let me see if I can look into it very briefly. Because I'm pretty sure I mentioned that, I pretty much spelled that out a couple of different times. Yeah, you know, I guess the game was released recently, so a couple, I don't know why I instinctively, I guess, impulsively phrase it like that, but I'm pretty sure some people would know. Probably a bit more recently what the distinction between those two tracks would be in context, but yeah, this is the one that I'm pretty sure a lot of sources just call Lanairu Sansi, but I don't even know if this is technically the one that's in the chase. Because I'm pretty sure that there's a separate track which I have heard play in the chase, which some sources, which is not this track exactly, what some sources call Sailing the Sandsea. I think I actually found my own embed for it in the chase Discord. Yeah, this one here is apparently Sailing the Sandsea, not Lanairu Sandsea, and I'm pretty sure that this is the one that played in the chase and that was marked as Lanairu Sandsea, so it's confusing. But yeah, like I said, pretty much it's been a little bit too long since I played this game, and actually would have played this part. I don't think I've played this part of the game ever since it pretty much first came out, which would have been about 10 years ago, something like that. Probably not even 10 years ago, probably even a little bit more than that. Quite remember. But yeah. Honestly, not too sure if... let me check something real quick. If I look in this playlist itself, I think this is the only one that shows up. Yeah, this is the one that says Lanairu Sandsea. But the other one, which I'm pretty sure was the one that played in the chase the last time that track called this was heard in the chase, was the one that's called Sailing the Sandsea, so I don't know. I guess that is definitely gonna be something else for me to potentially bring up, or whoever else cares. Hey, it's shout out to the Empire OST. Hold on. I'm always a little bit paranoid about this one, so I think we'll go ahead and go with whatever. That was Ordnantel though, but whatever is after this, or maybe not. There we go. To serve as the 6th track here. I just kind of play this part out. Deathmatch Retorna from Xenoblade 2. Not to be confused with Torna Battle from Xenoblade 2, Torna the Golden Country. Even though, how do I phrase that? As far as I can remember, I don't think anyone that That would have affected us. That actually would have affected has actually made that mistake. I don't think that this has played a whole lot ever, like even since, ever since the freaking Torna expansion was actually put in, so pretty much the only example that I can remember, I think, is one final chase with Maestro. Got to this track and actually phrased it properly, so that wasn't even a problem. Oh dear. To be perfectly honest with you, this is kind of that same kind of syndrome that a lot of Xenoblade 2 battle tracks have, where, or to be even more specific, boss tracks would have, where I can't really remember them very clearly past the first, I don't know, 20 seconds or so. Probably because the rest of them would, when actually hurting gameplay, would pretty much for the most part get drowned out by the very, very, shall we say, distinctive sounding voice clips that that game has during battles, but yeah, that would have been the 6th track in this little section, which will bring it to an end. And which will lead me to maybe play a little bit more of this. And I look at the time and I notice that if I were to wait about 15 more minutes or so, I would probably be able to make the thing over at VGM Quiz, because I think that's about when it would start, but I probably could do that. I'm wondering if I should use up those 15 minutes by actually doing other things at VGM Quiz while I wait for that, or if I should do something different in the meantime, because I mean, what else can I even do in the meantime? I could do something like friggin', I don't know, that thing that I haven't done in a million years, GeoGuess or whatever, but that wouldn't be a great idea. I don't even know exactly how long that would take. I get the feeling that maybe if I were to do that now, actually now that I think about that, that would take more than 15 minutes probably, because I usually, when I say 15 minutes, I'm being like, well, it's even less than that now, obviously, but that would be a pretty precise kind of thing, so now I get the feeling that the most sensible thing to do at this point would be to just go ahead and go over there and just kind of check out the regular rooms until the quiz thing pops up. Or to see if it's even going to pop up. Let's see. I'll go ahead and get that set up anyway. I will switch over to this scene. I will go ahead and switch over the appearance of the chat window to the one that fits this scene, maybe. Apparently the double click thing doesn't quite want to work right. Goodness. And I will try to, I guess I didn't need to mute this preemptively because it didn't throw me straight into the room directly, threw me into the menu. Yeah, go ahead and grab that. That's a good source. That is the source that I want right now, as a matter of fact. And it actually would help if I actually would have made this thing visible first. Or, I mean, it doesn't really matter what order I do that in at this point, I guess, but also go ahead and fade this out, I guess, temporarily. I don't even know if there's any crosscode music in this thing, but hey, this is from Splatoon. But I am distracted right now, so I will obviously not get a supersonic or anything like that. Oh goodness. Alright, this time I did actually succeed in mostly muting myself before making more disgusting noises. And yeah, to be perfectly honest with you, I was mildly surprised to see that apparently Splatoon 2 got submitted into the chase before 1 did. But that's probably owing to the fact that I ended up playing so much more of 1 than I did 2. I'm pretty sure, even though when it came to 2 I even got the single player expansion thing. Which was this? This is normal, which means that I probably will end up missing a whole bunch of stuff in it. It's a Resident Evil game. It is. Like save room theme, I figured it sounded like that. Apparently it was Resident Evil 2 and not the save room theme from Resident Evil 1, which apparently is somehow in the chase. As I'm pretty sure, probably the only track from Resident Evil 1 that ended up in the chase, given that I think it's one of those really weird kind of cases where I've only heard it come up like all at once, and apparently that's because there's only one track in it. Much like with Monkey Island. Another quite unexpected appearance. This is that Shadow of the Colossus track that sounds like Crate Slayer at the beginning, doesn't it? I still cannot remember exactly what the track would be. I'm guessing Battle of the Colossus, insert 2-word descriptor phrase here or something like that. Would be the proper way to like predict what the actual name of this would be. Violent encounter. Okay, so well, I guess 3 words if you count the article as a separate word. But even so, I think an apt way to pretty much calculate what the actual approximation would be. This from okay, that is a very weird stereo. I'm not sure if I quite remember the melody for this track sounding like this in the game when I played it some years back, not very long ago at all. Wonder if I should play through this again sometime, but I'm pretty sure that I could say that about a number of the Final Fantasy games. I'm not quite sure if I remember it sounding that stereo in the game itself, though, to the point where if you only hear like one ear's worth of that, you will miss like half of the beats in the main melody. This one I have no idea on, though. I want to say that it's probably not another Resident Evil save room theme. Probably have no idea what it would be in that case. Some Mass Effect. I just use oh. Well, it's obviously the Witcher 3. No, it doesn't even fit like the number of characters, and you would even know it does. But it's not The Witcher, it's The Walking Dead. Okay, yeah, that would account for why I don't know it at all. I would say that I wouldn't account for why it shows up in the normal difficulty room, but what do I know? I don't know popular things, I don't know what people like. I have very contrasting opinions with a lot of things that... Okay, this one I just have no idea. Neo 2? Alright. Which things that sometimes make a lot more sense to me than others, like for example why it's Neo 2 on the normal difficulty room, but... I mean, for all I know, why is Neo 2 in the normal difficulty room makes about as much sense as asking why is The Walking Dead on the normal difficulty room. But I'm sure that there's at least 2 people in existence, by my estimation, that would disagree with that notion. In existence which is not to be taken as an equivalent to alive for the purposes of this. And I don't know how to feel about the fact that that one, I feel, is a bit more sensible than the others in that regard. I mean, if I can get that, oh, I have this window open. I don't need that particular part of this application open, but I feel like... Okay, I was gonna say I will take a quick look at my Steam list window, or my Steam game list from my Steam window or something, and I would say if I grab something from here, then it's somehow more obscure than those things, that'll surely be a good example to use as... just to showcase how displaced my own perception of difficulty would be. Oh boy, I have no idea what this is either. just spam vowels, as I sometimes do. And then spam everything else. No. Okay, I have no idea what that was even supposed to be. Knockout City. Yeah, apparently literally every letter that I found that I choose to invoke there was bad for that purpose, and I mean the end result. It's been asking the same question that I did for a couple of other tracks before that. Oh, okay. Another one that I could not have gotten without the hint. Something that I probably could get without a hint, though, would be something like Tangle Tower, which I played on stream some time back. Or something like, I mean, probably the Seventh Guest. I would probably want to hope at this point, given that I actually played that by myself. Not for the first time, not very long ago. So when that actually eventually makes it into the chase sometime soon, I want to expect I will be prepared. Or something like Age of Mythology, which should be submitted to the chase at some point. Whether it be by me, is this Sonic Adventure? Is it 2? No. Well, I heard the thing that implies that, yeah, that thing's about to start, so I might as well just join now, because I have no idea what just played in that room. Might have been Knights or something like that. I get the feeling it might have been a Sega, but if I know what. It's not. You say, is it this? Oh, okay. Clearly, it had to be one of the. Had to have been one of the variations. Can't imagine it would have been anything much different. Oh dear. I mean, I was talking sometime back with Francilius about, like, hey, would it be possible to do this? Like, if I were to put in Age of Mythology, would you support it? And I said yes, and it seemed like that was at least a possibility, but I guess that's not what he ended up going for like, whatever his next submission is going to be. Apparently it's going to be Wario Land 4 instead. At least Civilization 6 is apparently also coming to the chase. God damn it, I've heard this. What is this? Is this crosscode? I don't think it is, no. I mean, I think they use the same, like, accordion sound in the crosscode OST, I think. Unless that's just a complete synth fake, and this one's real, or vice versa. I don't even know what to expect. Radius Attorney? London? No, apparently not quite this time. I've actually been playing Radius Attorney. Of course, I'm not sure if you were saying that in relation to, like, guessing whatever this is, but I actually have been playing the Steam re-release of Greatest Attorney recently. Something that led me to be able to confirm, which I didn't really remember very clearly from when I played that the first time with the fan translation of the 3DS version, was the fact that apparently the like courtroom lobby track in that game plays both in the first case, which is set in Japan, and in the second, and pretty much the rest of the cases that have a... Actually, not in the second case, because that one doesn't even involve going to court. But in pretty much all the other cases that take place in London as well. Because I thought it was... or at least it might be different for some reason. Where's this, though? Okay, yeah, not something that I wouldn't be able to get by myself. Predictably. I was pretty sure that I was also about to say something before I just completely interrupted myself. Along the lines of, at least Civ 6 is one of the things that's being put into the chase through submissions, even though I played about 9.2 hours of Civ 6, but I'm pretty sure that was only part of one game. technically. Because freaking Civ 6 games take forever to complete. Ooh, okay. I say okay, simply to indicate that I am preemptively surrendering at trying to figure out exactly what this would be. Shannon Force, I suppose. 2. I forgot about the number there momentarily. What else do I have installed that I may have been playing recently, which would be like an aptly obscure game for the chase. If it were able to make it into the chase set, I would probably be at least not entirely incompetent at identifying, I wonder. I don't think Gemini Rue would count. I don't remember a lot of music from that game. Maybe Day of the Tentacle. Maybe, I mean, I say recently, but I don't even know if this counts as that recently. Or like about a month ago. I mean, I suppose it is fairly recently, and especially when it comes to stuff that I do. There's a bunch of freeware games which I haven't really touched. Oh yeah, I installed Deadbolt with the idea that maybe I was gonna do that, like, maybe someday in the morning as an impromptu thing, but I didn't end up doing that because I was too lazy. Okay, yeah. Ironically enough, I'm pretty sure I know for a fact that I played the first part of Higurashi by myself, well, not by myself even, I streamed that whole thing, and like I'm pretty sure I mentioned in a few other places, I think there were only like 4 or 5 tracks in total in the one part that I played, and based on what I heard some people say, apparently they were all pretty much like free music that was used for the first installment at the time, but yeah. Time to begin this.
In which sci-fi game series can you see actual
Okay. I'm quite surprised that apparently... Okay, yeah, it took that long for somebody else to remember that. Well, clearly it must be the licensed Star Wars games.
What does the Orphan of Kos use as a weapon in Blood?
It's okay. I think that might be somewhat tricky to phrase. Even if you have played that. But haven't heard that particular phrasing. The active secret blue bootleg group I'm in is one that does adventure game OSTs in vinyl. I mean, honestly, adventure game OSTs that may not have any kind of actual official release would probably be something that I would be interested in.
Horrible risky boots. Gang.
Heroin without the... That might mean something different from what you intended.
What does the main character of Little Nemo the Dream Master wear?
Well, that was very much a Vox Populi answer on my part.
What is the name of this character?
Alright. The name of this character is one of the clunkier ones, but definitely not one of the worst ones in Hyrule Warriors. As far as the worst ones, number 1 would probably be Agatha, or the Great Fairy Weapon for Link.
How many members are in the Go Rock Band in Pokemon Ranger?
No fucking idea. Thank you for the clue, that's just the answer. Which apparently everybody else agrees with. I mean, 4 seems like a sensible guess, but do I expect Pokemon to make sense?
Spot the odd one out?
Don't know what the odd one are. Is it like not published by Sega? What was the thing there? Or did not come out on PlayStation? I get a feeling that wasn't it either. Maybe it was. Did not come out on PlayStation, what the hell if I know?
Which fruit allows Yoshi to obtain the green color in Super Mario Sunshine?
Fuck. I'm just gonna have to cheat or use a... What the fuck? Oh. Oh, actually that makes more sense. God damn it. I didn't even think about that one. Because I didn't even remember if, like, all Yoshis in that game start out green or not. But I want to say that they don't. I don't remember, though.
From which game does this image come from?
Fuck. I literally bought this some time ago. What the fuck is it called? I just completely forgot, but it's the one that has that soundtrack by that Australian guy that a lot of people apparently like, Kevin Penkin. Even though I haven't actually played it yet, that probably doesn't help. I mean, I like his soundtrack for Defender's Quest, that's about it.
Who is the ultimate boss in Half-Life?
Ultimate boss. By that I'm guessing that it's supposed to be shorthand for final boss, which yeah, it is that. Oh, hey Sim, now what's going on? You may be here a little bit early for the Neverhood, if that's what you were expecting, but we'll get there. We might as well drop by this since the time seemed right.
Where is the starting lights in Mario Kart?
Okay, it took me a second to actually parse that. What that question actually meant. Yeah, I haven't quite gotten to it yet. I think that... I honestly have no idea, but I want to believe that at the point that I left off last time, to get to the end of the game in 54 minutes would be pretty impressive.
The court jester in the Legend of Kira series.
Well, thank goodness that I at least know about these. Even if I only play like the introductory part of the first one, but it's one of the ones that... One of the ones that I did manage to get on... Well, managed to get, as if that was like an accomplishment or anything, but... But on GOG. And I might actually bring to stream at some point as well, but who knows. Also the fake out in the Resident Evil remake regarding that hallway.
What is the name of the witch in Banjo-Kazooie?
Gruntilda Winky Bunnigan is technically the... I guess you can also just put Grunty. I was wondering about that actually. I don't think that's actually mentioned, at least in the games that are worth playing, except like the very end of Banjo-Tooie, that you hear her last name.
What kind of attack does Wagon from the Wagon Land
I have no idea. I can tell you that right away. Well, that doesn't help. Sword... Swords... Slash... Slasher. Soundwave Scream. I would not have been able to tell you that, because I have no idea what that game or series even is. Even though I get the feeling that it's not the first time that I've seen it mentioned in this Daily Quiz Trivia.
Which character from Dynasty Warriors known to be the most fearsome warrior of his day rides red hair?
I only needed about half of that, I guess. This would be perfect for ASMR in my first 5 minutes. Oh boy. Well, crap. Need to... I think that you had a pending redemption there, Lucifer, so you didn't really have to use up the points again. Or, I guess if you want to redeem a second one too, but... Let me see if I put on a thing. Hold on, right after the
From which game does
this
this
question.
image come from?
Isn't that something? But yeah, I guess I'm gonna try to start this thing right about now. Let me add a timer for 10 minutes, I guess. I have no idea if how this is going to go, but alright, the timer has been added. I have no idea how I'm gonna do this, but I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna try to speak very
What was the game
close to the
Boy
microphone.
Advance's project name?
I do not know the answer to this question. I do not know the answer even after this hint has been provided to me. It evidently has nothing to do with Dolphin or anything like that. Atlantis. I had not heard of anything like that, but I suppose that could be another little thing. A term that would line up with Dolphin, at least.
Do you facepalm man?
At least I know this one for a couple of different reasons, such as the Smash Ultimate Remix. I want to say that would be one of the very, very rare tracks from Mega Man that actually would be fairly reminiscent, or would at least sound fairly reminiscent to my ears. And which is a melody that I am convinced I also remember from something like a Y2BMV.
What game from the Sonic series plays like Mario Party?
Shoot, I also have no idea. Sonic... something. Refers... I did not mean for that to be an actual word, but that is what that turned out to be after all. And you know it was apparently Sonic Shuffle, something that I'm pretty sure that I have heard of at some point or another, but not the...
From which game does this image come from?
Not, you know, goddammit, in a way that I actually would have been able to associate with that clue. At least I knew Patapon. Mostly due to very briefly playing the I want to say at least 2 or 3 stages in that game by myself. In a very incompetent fashion, briefly. What is this? Bobby mode might be Twin Pig Bobs. It is Twin Pig Bobs. Twin Pigs Bob.
Game reboot.
Oh god. The game reboot. Hack and slash. Okay. I'm pretty sure that's the second, at least the second time that it's asked me about the game reboot, even though I only remember the animated CGI series reboot. Which I'm pretty sure it is technically what it's also referencing there. But yeah, there is Twin Peaks Bob. It is only one of the handful of references.
Of Age of Empires 2.
I have no idea. William Wallace? I'm forced to assume. But yeah, that is one of a handful of references that I have in my emotes. Pretty much because I figured, hey, let's just make all of these emotes out of characters that I have featured on my streams at some point or another. Since some years back I used to do like post-stream stuff, and I watched Twin Peaks on there.
Sonic series?
Oh god, I don't know, Sonic CD? Alright, that was a complete guess, but I suppose it paid off. And that is yet another blunder that I have had with Sonic-related information, or just trivia, recently, or just Sonic-related stuff, since there's a VGM popularity contest pretty much on one of the Discord servers that I'm in right now. Is it just Doraemon? Apparently that is not good enough. Cards TX. I really don't know what that could possibly relate to. Oh. I suppose that's something else that I could have also tried. But in this case, I would definitely argue that something that I ought to have asked is, how was I to know?
What is the name of Kamizone's hero?
Kamizone is an interesting base skater. Ted Skeeter? No. I really have no idea. Apparently the answer was Sketch Turner. Comic Zone is a game that I think I've only really watched about once in any times that I can actually remember. I've never played it myself.
Which character introduced Sonic Advance 2 in the Sonic series?
Well, I was just talking about completely not knowing anything about Sonic, and this is no exception, but yeah, there's like one, I want to say, Sonic CD track that was featured on a server that's having like a popularity contest for VGM right now that I'm in, and it went up against that parting song from Xenoblade 1, Once We Part Ways or something is one name for it. I think it was called something else in the contest, and yeah, apparently it won.
Who is the original program?
I didn't vote for it though. Oh god. Yeah, I don't know that one either. I feel like that is something that it might... well, apparently I'm not alone in not knowing who that is, but... that does feel like a bit of trivia that it might be worth remembering at least. Trends Manfred. And by the way, I'm pretty sure it's been at least 5 minutes, so the first half of that ASMR Redemption is now pretty much done, so the second half of that is occurring at the moment. Console, I think that might be Epic Mickey or something like that, so there we are. I get the feeling well, I get the feeling I can look at the numbers and confirm definitively that I won't be getting back in first place, but at least maybe I can stay in third. There we go. I am honestly a little bit surprised that... well, both that I was able to get Supersonic on that one and that the people above me didn't end up scoring on that one quickly either, but there we go. Wasn't that worth it? Might as well take a screen grab of that, as I sometimes do when I... hey, that's Wind Waker, isn't it? I could probably try to spell that properly. No, it's not actually. That actually sounded a little too distinct quality-wise, and I want to say instrumentation-wise in the channels, but yeah, it becomes a bit more clear in this part that it's not actually Wind Waker, but Phantom Hourglass. One of the two DS Zelda games, which I maintain probably have a pretty good, god, what's it called? Pretty good soundtrack, even if the one for Spirit Tracks would probably be better. Most male ASMR is talk with a low deep voice, but unusually get whispery. Yeah, I mean, I've literally never tried to do anything with ASMR until this very moment. I'm pretty much just playing it by ears. I get the feeling that whatever this is isn't gonna turn out to have anything to do with Mighty Switch Force, even though apparently the word mighty is at the beginning there. I can only imagine what the rest of these would be, given that there's apparently a total of 6 words in this title. And I guess I would assume that the second to last one there would be... oh, yeah, that part would at least be probably pretty simple to figure out. But as for the rest of them, I would not have been able to tell you. I suppose I can just like do this for a little bit longer until the timer runs out. There's about a minute and a half left. Ooh. Okay, this does not sound like... it sounds a bit like, at least to my ears, I'm going to brand it as fake trauma center. Second opinion, which... of course, some people would probably say the opposite. it's not that, really. I get the feeling that at least the first set of words there would be apt Devil Summoner too, yeah. I want to say if that track is confirmed to be Shoji Meguro, though, that pretty much also tacitly confirms that the track Vulnerability from Second Opinion Trauma Center is also by him, since that pretty much sounded like an approximation of that track to my ears, but like I said, there's probably some people that would say the opposite. I do not know what this is, though. I get the feeling that or whatever time that I continue to be on this channel, which will apparently only be about 15 more seconds, so I guess I'll just continue on with this until Mercenaries Playground of Destruction. I have to wonder what platforms this was on. PlayStation 2, and apparently only PlayStation 2. Oh, that actually is making a noise. I was wondering if it was going to do that or not. Oh dear. Well, now that it actually has... I slowed it up a different track, I can just go ahead and stop. I mean, I don't know how much different that's really going to be from how I sounded 2 seconds ago. I want to say that probably not that different as far as my energy overall, but I'm like at least a bit farther away from the microphone now. Oops, I also do not know what this track is, but I get the feeling that with the potential pool of tracks that this thing can draw from. Title Barbarian DX, what is the... I guess I'm just gonna go ahead and fade this out again. That was a PC game, so I get the feeling it might be just some kind of indie thing. Which would probably by itself account for my ignorance of what that actually would have sounded like, but yeah. Yeah, that was that. I can't believe we managed to successfully get through the daily quiz. So let me go ahead and I suppose bring this back a little bit. For just a second while I set up the actual game that I'll be playing right now. But yeah, thank you for the, I guess, ASMR redeem, Lucifer. Because that's finally gotten squared off. Let me see if I can... And finally get this out of the pending stuff here. I can finally come here and look at all of these things and mark them as complete. Two requests. One of them is a little bit older than the other. Even if, yeah, I have no idea if I even do that, or if I even did that in a way that would be considered competent by somebody who actually seeks out ASMR stuff, but hopefully it was. But yeah, I tend to just make a quick adjustment in my metadata and actually start playing the rest of the game, which, I don't know, by my estimation will probably be finishable, but I have no idea. It's more wishful thinking, I suppose, than anything. And maybe a little bit of an extrapolation from the how long to beat numbers that I saw. But let me see what else do I need. This. And this. And that will probably be enough. But now... I will go ahead and start up all the window. No, I suppose I'll have to interrupt this track, but that's alright. Oh yeah, I actually opened up the metadata window on iTunes for the last track that played, since apparently there's a topic upload of like Psychonaut stuff now, and apparently that track was not Phantom of the Catwalks, it was referred to as the Catwalk Phantom, which is, I'm sure you'll agree, a huge difference there. I figured I might as well make the adjustment at least. But yeah, time to go right back into the Neverhood Chronicles here. Which I will blow up like so, and I suppose if this is anything like... Nah. Hold on, I need to... I guess fade this out now, so I can actually hear what sounds the game itself is making. And go back to this scene. Hold on. which I think it's actually pretty much already in the right position for, but I'll also have to adjust the chat again so it actually makes sense with the 4x3 display here. There we go. Alright, there we go. I suppose I might let this little part of the FMV play out. And at least the appearance of the crown makes a little more sense to me now that I've gone ahead and played a bit more of the game myself. And now that I am not only peripherally aware of the sequel to this, but also have actually read about the skull monkeys and the giant wall of text. Oh. Just drops you straight into the first area. As I was saying, that makes sense, but we're not going to the first area, because we have already done that quite a long time back, and we've, I suppose, made a number of saves leading up to the place where we are now. Is oops the latest one? Let me see if I can... yeah. We can apt guess. And that being pretty much the last place that we ended up going for. So we can hear Operator plays a little ping pong one last time before we head back out here, which is pretty much, this is the last place that we saw before I called things. Last time, you know, previously on the Neverhood, what happened? There were a few things. We blew up some giant, like, ravenous beast that was on the other side of a bridge area with a bunch of dynamite. We read lore for about 2 hours. That's like one of the first things that happened. We ended up finding a bunch of those discs that apparently tell the backstory of what's happening here, which I suppose would probably be good enough to figure out what is happening without having read lore for 2 hours, but oops, too late. I mean, like I said at the time, it pretty much was something that I pretty much wanted to get done regardless, but yeah, we drained the river, we messed with the radio. We ended up having to go back to a clue that we had missed previously regarding colors in order to make this work, and now we're here. Maybe messing with this thing that I haven't actually interacted with before. Can we mess with it again? I guess we are... Where are we right now, actually? I guess we might as well just try experimenting with the buttons a little bit. And see exactly where we're going to end up. Alright, so if I interact with it here, the red one flashes, and if we press the red one, and then the big button, which I guess is the main activator there, we get sent over here. And if we're over here, the green one sends us back. But is that the only thing that's possible to do with this thing right now? Let's see. If I don't press the red one, but instead, I don't know, the purple one, and then press this, because it doesn't really do anything. Oh. I'm pretty sure I didn't mean to do that immediately. I get the feeling that it's going to be the same deal, both over there coming over here, and if we do this. What happens if we press the green one? Okay. We press that, if I guess it's just like the last one of these we press, and then activating the big red button that actually makes this thing work, but I guess we can't really activate any of the other ones if they're not flashing like that, so what happens if I just come over here? I suppose I can't go to the left from this position. But surely there must be at least something to do here. Oh boy, hold on. Is that where I was looking at just now? It's on the ground. I thought that this thing that's just on the ground for some reason might be off use, but I suppose right now we're gonna have to maybe go down some kind of a chain or rope or whatever this thing is on the edge instead. Looks like it could be a chain. Unless we're just pulling out the thing that's holding it in place. Or just looking over to the other side. Yeah, let's Go and take a look over there. How hard could it be? Looks like there might be somebody waiting for us anyway. And might be looking very happy to see us as well. Well, you know what they say about perseverance or something. I probably ought to wonder if... Oh. Or not if, but like what exactly that was going to imply. Like if the chain and the other, I guess, chunk of land that it was attached to was going to... like just float off into the distance or something, but no, apparently this thing is attaching itself to a different piece of land, so maybe... Oh, I think I might know what part of the other, like what part of the rest of the world that might end up changing, but... yeah. So we'll have to go and find out, but yeah, I figured it would be something like that cart that travels along the groove in the wall. The route that that cart can follow in the place that's past the house with all the dynamite was pretty much cut off. Oh, and I suppose that's it, we're back in control. And I thought that maybe something more dramatic was gonna end up happening with that nail, like it was gonna come falling back down and gonna land on the main character's chest or something, but I suppose it didn't end up going for that after all. I guess it just floated off into space. Okay, I reckon we should go take a look around at the rest of the world now that that has happened. Oh, there's two places to go now. What happens if we go here? Suppose the green button takes us back to the... okay, this looks like it could be different at least. Takes us back to that island in the middle of nowhere. Oh no, never mind. The red one takes us back to that island in the middle of nowhere that we were just at. That had the chain attached to it, but the green one takes us back to the place where you can like shrink and grow. What about this place though? Haven't really been here yet. There's these two discs that I see, like right next to each other on the floor. And can we just leave this place by stepping on this? No, apparently not. Stepping on this button and then just taking a very brisk walk to the door. Can we try that one more time, or is this just gonna be a slightly futile effort at the time being? No, apparently we can do that, never mind. We just needed to take a very brisk walk. We might as well take a look around here. And this exciting new location we might have made it to. Which also get a least minute question now that I think about it. Can we even go back to the place we came? I think we can, yeah. But first, let's take a look at this.
Oh, it's you! Hi! Go away!
Okay.
I gave it the Holler Records! The guy goes and he keeps coming back. I don't get it. I wish he'd just go away. He'll probably do it again. Oh, it's you! Hi! Go away!
Well, he probably will go away now that I pretty much confirmed that that thing is gonna loop indefinitely. Or at least it's strongly implied. Thanks for the ASMR, yeah, no problem. I mean, like I pretty much said a couple times, I can't really pretend that I knew what I was really doing, but I hope that it was worthwhile. You can pretty much tell what my general perception of that is by the description of the channel points thing. What are we doing here? It kind of looks like we are standing on some kind of road. Yeah, so we can go there. Which looks like it could be another house that's kind of similar to the one that we started the game in, and maybe like step over to these things. It's not really clear why it stops in this viewpoint out of all of them. Or this one. And over here to the right. What is over here to the right, actually? Alright. Is that the same pattern as before? Yeah, it feels like that is the same pattern. Oh, wait, what? Oh, we can actually wait and not make it, or not have it be the same each time. I was wondering about that. Do we maybe just have to like wait until the one that makes a different sound comes up? No, I get the feeling that it's not it. I also get the feeling that it... Like, what about that one? That one made the same... Like, is that... Yeah, that one made that sound, but it was the same along the second position, so if I, like, wait all the time that I need to wait for it to show up in the second position... I don't even know if it was the second position or the third or what it was, but when it showed up in a different position it made that same sound. But can I wait for it? Yeah, to show up again, it will make the same sound when it does show up, but apparently it's the only one that will make a sound. Yeah, I don't know what to do with this thing right now. Suppose I better keep it in mind, because I know that there's another one of these weird displays back at the other place. The one with the cannon that shows like a bunch of these in sequence. Ooh, okay, I suppose we can maybe go this way. And that's... Is that the place where we came from? I've already forgotten this. Yeah, I think that is the place where we came from. Just need to turn left here to, yeah, glimpse that thing in the background, and that pretty much confirms it, but... Suppose if we don't go to check that display thing out again... We can either go in this red building or on this, or at least approach it. This red building or this other building to the left. Let's go here first. Is this for opening the door again? No. I suppose it's for sucking away the cheese and the mouse. I wonder if they're gonna come back or if they're just like... I don't know where they've gone. Perhaps they've gone forever. I mean, I suppose this would be for opening the door again, but... Probably don't want to exit again right away. What happens if we go to the left here? Ooh. There you go. It's alright. If we continually click on the mouse... Oh, I guess we're not clicking on the mouse itself, we're clicking on the things behind it. Well, if we just have it go in the thing that's closest to it every single time. Surely we don't have to, like, map these out. If I go back in there, yeah, it doesn't even take me back to the same place. So I don't think that we can map that out. But surely that also means that if we keep on clicking on the one that's behind the mouse every single time, we will eventually get all the way to the end of this place. Because I get the feeling that whatever the purpose of this is to get to the cheese in the bottom right, but... But how? Yeah, I get the feeling that we're starting to like loop around a little now. If I just do the repetition thing here. Yeah. Pretty sure I'm stuck in the repetition. I go in the middle there, and if I go in, let's say this one here, and if I go in, oh god, I don't know, that one. Yeah, I get the feeling that this is pretty much just gonna be trial and error. Hmm. Hmm. Wait, what? Okay, did I switch rows there, or I think I did switch rows there. Unable to see it very clearly though. Okay. What if I go to the left here? If this is just trial and error, I'm pretty sure that I would be fine just skipping the error part of it. It came down to that. I get a feeling that I also can't save in the middle of this. Yeah, no, I can't. Unless, of course, I do something like... I don't know, use the proprietary save screen for ScumVM instead of using the proper save screen for the game. I might be able to, like, cheese, you know, no pun intended, cheese this part a bit more than might be intended, but... Nah. Oh boy. Did I just go in a circle? I'm pretty sure that I did just go in a circle, yeah. I mean, I could try to do something weird, like map all of this out like I mentioned, but it doesn't seem like it would be very worthwhile. Instead... just keep on trying to click on as many things as possible in this sequence. But when I eventually get fed up with that, which I feel like might have already happened in a way or in one way or another. I think I know what I will do. Just going in circles here, you know, predictably. Let me try something a little bit bold. Let me try a couple of different things. I don't think there is a pattern other than just remember which place each of these holes brings you down to. Oh, hey, I think this might actually be a better place to be anyway. Get another one of these discs, and I think we get at least 3 of them that we can place on one of these things. Oh boy. Oh, is this like a fucking memory game? I think it is a memory game. Oh god. Do we really have to like do this, like do all this without making a single mistake? Surely not. Well, there's like various different sets of stuff that we can put together here. Like different, like more than 2 of each symbol is what I was trying to say there basically, but even so, I don't think I want to bother doing this manually either. Hold on a bit, because before I start messing with this one or the other one, which seem like very busy work kind of puzzles, how about I check out what these 3 discs that I can just put in reveal to me. I get the feeling that they're gonna be the 3 discs that are all the way on the right there. So let's just see what this one says. It's the one where the guy gets the crown taken away, and that's it.
The throne room. Holborg start thinking about who he make next.
Huh? What? My crown!
I guess we'll have to like manually jump ahead to this one.
A pity.
Glug right about that. Without his crown, Holborg stuck in a big, helpless sleep. Ooh, that clog scare me. Things look icky, but maybe hope. Maybe. A life seed. Holborg boo-boo with clog.
Okay. That was maybe my initial perception of what that whole story might have been depicting might have been slightly off. But yeah. Wait, it's quite clear what things I'm supposed to be doing here, but before I try to mess around with them any more than I already have. Oh yeah, that's for that thing. That's not for the door. This is for the door. How about I step away from that building for a moment and check out the other building that I suppose would be here somewhere. But not in this direction. I don't believe that I've actually gone into this building yet. It's not the same as the first building, is it? Oh no, this is literally the... Never mind. This is literally the place that I just came from. Because I am bad at orienting myself. Okay, so that's not what I meant at all. I meant to go into the other building, the one that doesn't have the purple door. The one that has the red door, which should be to the left of here. This is the one that I actually haven't got into yet. Can I go into it now? Well, how unfortunate, but... Oh, wait a moment. Does this mean that we are also kind of stuck down here now? Can't take the same route back up. Alright. Well, I guess we're gonna have to find our way back into that other building somehow, but... For now, we might as well try and find out where we are. Where this is going to take us. Oh, we can go in that direction? No, apparently we can't go in that direction, but we can trigger some kind of laugh. But I guess we can maybe also find out what the... Take a screenshot of this. As this might want, maybe, possibly. Did this thing not... No, it did. There. I don't know why that didn't work just a moment ago, but there we go. We can... I guess just teleport ourselves back up there, but also take a note of what the other symbols are that maybe we have to use for the cannon, so there's probably a number of things we can do now that we didn't before. Oh dear. I mean, there's 4 symbols right there. I mean, this is the one that took us up there where we were. What about this one? I shall also take a look at this, and as I try to remember the fact that I'm pretty sure that there's... Well, I know for a fact that we have those couple of puzzles pending in the building with the symbols and the mouse and all that. But if we pretty much completely disregard that for the time being, we can find out what's over here. Okay, we're just gonna stop in the middle of this dark tunnel for some reason. Up here. Well, I heard that, but I wonder where up here might refer to precisely. We can't move in that direction. We can't move like along the ledge. It kind of looks like it's off to the left there, even though it looks like that might be an option. Well, maybe we would have to like look up from here, and maybe there would be someone in the tree, but it doesn't seem like we have the option. So I guess we'll move this way. Well, I mean, I think I recognize those symbols being, oh goodness. Was this one of the robots that was like in the lore? I'm not sure if I remember which one would make sense, but... Oh, we got like up to 7, 8, 9. Up to 9 that we can say. Okay, I think I might know what the puzzle is here, so maybe we did have to do something in the other place first, but suppose now that we have seen that, it's probably actually a better idea to not have done that first, because if I had done that first, it wouldn't have occurred to me to try and remember like how many of each of these symbols there were on the board. So hold on. Yes, that means that we have to leave if we can't do anything else right now. And I obviously hear Clayman up here from this thing, but I apparently can't follow up on that since I can't look up the tree, which is where I presume that sound would be coming from. Maybe I can... oh, never mind. Look up there. Apparently I was incorrect. Oh gee, thanks. Alright, that was very fruitful. Can we do that exact same thing again? If we look up there. Alright, apparently that guy's just gonna keep on dropping flower pots on our head. No, I've tried looking up and I'm pretty sure that that didn't produce a good result, so... the first thing I ought to be doing right now is going back to the grid and trying to figure out how that thing is going to look if I actually try to solve it. So how many of these things can I use now? Up to 5. What about this one? So it's gonna take me back to the... yeah, okay, this is the cave that I can't get out of, but I can come back here if I want to look at those symbols, I guess. I think this is where I was just at. This is like the main place in the operator building. This is the empty island, and this is the, like, high area, I think. Let's go back to the high area, because I think, yeah, this is where we'd have to go to get back to the room with the grid. Alright, let's hustle. Okay, so this red building is one that like leads you downward. We don't want to go there right now. If we go back into this building, that's where the rest of these puzzles are that I couldn't figure out. Or that I didn't want to do the busy work for, I should say. That's like the accurate way of putting it, I think. We're being honest here. Alright, let's see, let me take a quick estimate here. We got 8 by 6, so what I think I'm gonna end up doing here is just open up I mean, there's a couple of different ways that I can do this now that I think about it, but I'm just gonna do it the old-fashioned way. You can't see what I'm doing right now, but I am going to replicate that grid in good old MS Paint, methinks. Let's see. Let's see, so it's gonna be symmetrical, both vertically and horizontally. Okay, I was wondering about that. So do this. Might as well draw lines here and not just what I was doing before. Okay, I think I just messed up that line. That's okay. I mean, I could show you what I'm doing right now, but I don't think it's gonna be that. You know what? I might as well do that. Never mind. Do I have another window capture ready to go or anything like that? I suppose not. Let me just add one then. Let's add another window capture source, maybe, if I can. Sure. It's gonna be called Window Capture 3. That's gonna be MS Paint. It's actually exactly what I want, thank you. So I might as well just put it up here. I think I'm doing this right so far, at least. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 workstation. Okay, yeah, that's the correct number of columns at least. And as for this one, it's supposed to be 3 here, so just do it like that, with these beautifully symmetrical and straight lines. Okay, and I think that's pretty much it here. Okay, yeah, that's a perfect replica of this grid here. And I think I'm gonna end up doing something like putting a number in, representing each symbol though. Okay, so for example, this one will be, I guess you're the chosen one's first actual match that I do, so I'll put just number 1 here. And 1 will be the trees. Just being beautifully replicated there. Time to just go over each and every one of these and figure out which ones have trees. And also probably try to remember which one of these I gave. This one has trees. That's this one here. But also probably gonna have to remember like which of these have I guess that's also a tree, but doesn't matter. It's a different type of tree. Which of these need to... Okay, that's not a tree. Like match the symbols that we saw on the other set of buttons. So I think it's like the guy with the crown, the Holberg. And might as well. And this thing too, and also I think the third one was the robot thing, which I think this might have been the other symbol that we saw. I think that might have been it anyway. But we're gonna be recording all of these soon, so let's see here. This one's gonna be number 2. I guess I might as well do like each and every one of these, except for number 1 is gonna be, well, at least at the top are gonna be. And a little dot in the corner here. Perfect. Okay. To find out where all of that guy's symbol is. There's one. I mean, this is probably covering up part of the, like the image between window is probably covering up part of the window, but there's another one. The game window, that is. But you can probably tell what's going on anyhow. Okay, here's another one. I'm pretty sure it's not the case, but it kind of sounds like the part of the lyrics for this song that's being heard right now is ambition or something. That's probably just a coincidence. Okay, there's another one. Slide under, right under the other one. So that's 2 symbols, okay. Because number 3, actually no, number 3 we're gonna make this guy. Okay. Number 3 would be the... I get the feeling that's gonna be more than 8 symbols here, so I guess we'll wait, or not wait, but we'll stop doing the... thing. Beautiful. On a single column to tell us which symbol, which one is after I do the 4th one. That probably wasn't a great way to phrase it, but you'll see what I mean. Okay, here's another one. I want to believe that I'm like starting to hear a few more things a bit more clearly the more I listen to this fucking song, but maybe not. Maybe I'm just imagining things. Okay, that takes care of that one. So I think the only one that's remaining is crap. Hold on, this one, the one that has looks like it has some kind of fries, like a fucking I don't know. Like a little box of fries with a square on the front. That's what we'll call it. 4. And there's one right next to that one, where'd you know it? There's another one. And there's another one right under the... yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. The first one of those. Oh, perfect. Okay, here's one. Let's see, so if this is empty, or, well, if we disregard this like 3x3 grid, we can put the other one right here. And the other one is in the corner here. Okay, so what's gonna be the chosen 5th symbol? It's probably gonna be this thing. 5 is gonna be the plant thing. Perfect. Perfect replica. It's almost like a fucking one of those Mario enemies, so this one is right here. What are different symbols are there? Like, I haven't even really been keeping track of that, but I suppose this will... This survey of mine will also help me find that out. Let's see... I'll say that there's at least 2 more after this one. Or 3. Or... Let's say 3 for the time being. Let's see, this is the 3rd row, it's the 4th one, so it would be right here. We're in 5, right? Like... having a hard time keeping track of some of this crap. Because I am bad at survey. Okay, there's another one. That would go here. And the last one, which I think, actually no, that's 3 pairs, isn't it? Yeah, that's 3 pairs, okay, so... We're missing whatever's in this one, that's a skull. I guess that will be the chosen number 6. Perfect, okay. That's a skull. Oh. Okay, there's another one. And I can make this go a little faster, I guess, by... Oh, perfect. 1, 2, 3, and then... looking at, like, my actual grid reference, and... Looking at my little grid reference, and just skipping the squares that I already know what they have in them. Okay. Is that all the skulls? I get the feeling that might not be. That's 2 trees, and that's... No, that is all the skulls. Okay, so let's see what's next. Whatever's in here. The guy with the mustache. You're the chosen one for number 7, which is weird. Top left corner of that thing, but that's okay. Start with the mustache, I guess. Perfect. Okay. That is number 7. Look like this. Okay. We know already, I guess, that we can make a pair there. It's like a gremlin. I don't know. Or like a fossil from Oddworld or something. There's a sun. Let's see. We don't know about that one or that one. We don't know about that one or that one. There's stuff on the... Okay. Well, this one is another 7. And this one here. Okay, I think we're missing 1 7, aren't we? No, I think that's... No, that's 4 pairs. So that's actually perfectly fine. Alright, so let's move on to the next symbol. Let's do number 8, I guess. Which I suppose we already know. Those two swords are gonna be... It's gonna be like the weird fanged tribble thing. For some reason the right fang there was a lot thicker than the other one. Okay. Oh shit. Okay, we're actually doing unusually well here. But then we weren't, okay. It's a bit more in line with expectations. That's not 2 pairs of 8s already, is it? No, I don't think it is. Okay, there's the other one. I think there is 2 pairs of 8s now, though. So let's move on to... I guess there's 2 more symbols left, so there's a total of 10 varieties of symbol. That is... yeah. I'm gonna make this one now in the weird hydrant thing. With the crown. Perfect. Okay. It's gonna be number 9. 1 goes there. 1's right down there. There's another one, and I think black is the last one. Will be somewhere down here. Yep. And the rest of these are the same symbol, which are, I guess we'll just make it an X. The tree. So it can just be 1 character all throughout. The other tree, that is. But we'll also record it here for posterity what the X stands for. It's this tree that has... I guess we would call it the burp apples on it, if it's supposed to be what that is. Yeah, perfect, okay. And now I'm gonna try to just fill the whole thing out. X is there and there, okay, that's all the X's. I guess I might as well start in, do this in like numerical order. My reference. Better start with the top left part, I guess, since that's the one that you can't see. Actually, I might as well, since I've already finished filling that thing out, might as well just make it invisible so I can... so I can just show this clearly. Okay, 1, 2... The other one would be... One of them would be here, and the other one of those would be here. And there's another 2 of these here. 1, 2, 3, 2, 2. Okay, and I think that's everything from that symbol. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. That might be everything from that one. Okay. There's 2 of these here. There's that one here and there. There's 2 here, and there's another one here and here. Okay. Next we'll move on to 5, which is this one. one, and there's another. And there's this. And there's this. I think that's all the skulls. There's this guy with the mustache. Here and here and here and here. Okay, there's these things. And I think that's it. Yeah, that has to be it. So I might as well take a screenshot of this too. You know, just for posterity. I guess that doesn't really do much by itself, does it? But I think that's, I suppose, fine for me to acknowledge. Based simply on the fact that I already know that that's going to be used for something else. But I suppose before we leave, might as well also try to figure out what's up with this freaking mouse puzzle, because I already tried to like mess with it for a while, but I feel like, you know, trying to map this out using MS Paint or something like that is going to be just a little too tedious. So let me try to do something. Namely, use the oldie reference. Oh, Jesus Christ, okay. The oldie reference, which gives me a bit of a cheat sheet here for the cheese maze, but... Ooh. There's a very low resolution one. Okay, I think I see where I need to go. Let's give this a try. Here I go. I apparently need to end up somewhere down here. Of course, the question becomes, how do I get there? I can go here, which doesn't help me all that much. I can go here, which also doesn't help me all that much. Yeah, maybe I'll have to take a little bit of a different approach. Yeah, even looking at the actual reference for this, it doesn't seem like it's gonna be the easiest thing in the world. So I need to make it down there. Sure. How do I get down there, actually? Hold on. Let's try going here, which maybe only leaves me one choice. Let me over here. This isn't quite what I wanted, I don't think. What if I go here? Puts me there. If I go right back in this hole that I just came out of, it puts me in a completely different place, predictably enough, and then there's all the way back here. Go in the middle one here. And then let's go... Oh gosh. Let's go in, I guess, that one. Let's go in this one. That's just gonna put me back here. Hold on, let's try going this one now. Oh, only one choice. And I'm just right back here. What if I go in that one? I feel like that's one of the first ones that I came out of. And now I'm here. I'm gonna take a bit of a closer look at this. I either want to end up here, or... What's the other one that would lead me to where I want to go? Is that the only one, actually? Yeah, it might be the only one. So I need to end up here first. How do I get there? 12 or 13. Okay, so if I go to the bottom left, that would be good. I guess I'll keep that in mind. That That's not gonna help you all that much. Let's try going to this one. If I go here, that puts me there, which again doesn't help much. And as long as I'm here, what if I go with the middle one? Or that's not quite the middle one because there is no middle one there, but this one might have a middle one. Go right back in there. Let's move for is that one? Yeah. It's not quite what I want. What if I go here? Okay. I don't think I want to end up in this range. It doesn't seem very helpful. This one, though. I think, okay. I go here, and then here. And then here, and then here, and then here. I think that's it. Even knowing where you're probably gonna end up, that's a lot of tedium, I gotta say, but there we go. I suppose I should probably go ahead and do a quick save. Yeah, to commemorate that. You can feel the palpable excitement in my very being. Oh, hey, there's a couple more of these discs here. That actually does feel like good news. Hey, this one actually says all the oxen free. I get the feeling that this might be another one of the tracks that ended up in the sample for this game for the chase. I was actually gonna wait until after today when I presumably was gonna finish the game itself to actually play that, but I suppose it was opportune to do that a little bit sooner. Wait, what? Okay, so we can, hold on, we can push this thing around, but I guess we can't actually interact with that question mark. It's not very clear what it ending up in that place is gonna do, but I mean, it doesn't really look like there's anything else in this place that we can interact with. I suppose I'm forced to assume that. What if I click right on the lever? Oh, never mind. Apparently that does do something. Oh. What are we supposed to, like, maybe predict that into the, like, big splat of cheese or butter or whatever it's supposed to be over here? What about if I do that? Like, will that even work if it's not in the, like, battery-looking thing? I suppose, what happens if I do it now? Actually, can we even do it? Like, I guess no. I guess we can't really mess with the lever. Unless it's in that precise location, so I guess we better just leave it there. If it's not, even though it's not really clear what that accomplishes. Hello? Like, maybe we're supposed to extract some kind of information just from being able to look at this right now, but I'm not even sure what I'm looking at in that image. Quite frank with you. I mean, yeah, it doesn't really seem... I guess I'm gonna go ahead and take a screenshot of this too, just in case that actually is the case, like we're just supposed to take it at face value. But if that actually is the case, then I suppose that pretty much means we are done in this building. Now let's leave this place after all. We could also probably actually stop at the like viewer thing that's in that building and check out what the, oh yeah, that thing, that's like the other thing that's presumably still pending. Of all the puzzles in this thing, actually that is literally where we came out of. I don't know why we turn all the way around. I guess we can go in here, and I guess we will go in here. Even if it's hardly the most efficient way of getting to the teleporter again, which I think is where we have to go. And now I suppose we watch this again. Does this mean that like fourth sheep creature that was down there has magically come back to life and is now going to be killed again. I suppose so. And we get to see that clay barf again. Okay, don't mind me messing with the laws of time and causality and life and death. It's nothing to worry about. Okay, here we go. Let me see if I can remember which buttons do what in this thing, though. I think this is where we're gonna go to get to the other place I think I want to get to. Yeah. I mean, there's a couple of different places that I could probably check out right now. I'm thinking, like, it's almost kind of like a Riven-y thing where we end up getting solutions for puzzles later on. And we end up having to do, like, larger scale puzzles, which are built upon gradually by these smaller scale puzzles. I'm not looking upward. I already tried doing that, and it didn't really end well, you might say. So I might have to do that again, I just had a different time. But let's see if I mess with this thing. Did I remember the right symbols? Yes, okay, so if I cross-reference this with my little grid and MS Paint, the first of those symbols there, I gave it the 4 handle, and how many of those are there? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, it has to be an even number. We'll try 8. And as for the other one, which I gave it the symbol 2, the number 2, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so 3 pairs. And also, some dog is very angry. And the guy with the crown, which I gave it number 3. There's 1, 2, 3, 4... So 6, and I don't know if this is correct, but let's try this, I guess. I don't know if I did that before. Oh, that's where that is. It wasn't very clear. I suppose that's what we were trying to accomplish. Not that I'm too sure exactly what that accomplished in actuality, but I suppose we wanted to do that. But yeah, there's a couple of... I guess now that we've done that, what do I really have to do? I guess there's probably not much more to do, or left for me to do here, in this precise location. I can try looking up again, I'd probably get the same flower pot name. But as far as stuff that we've left, or that we've already seen in other locations, I guess there is... there's a cannon that had like one set of coordinates left to enter. There's the thing on the wall, the card that goes on the wall that was like on the far end of the building with the dynamite. And there is also the displays with symbols that are both near the cannon and near the, I guess, the cheese building that we were just at. We're probably gonna have to check on all of these things next. Let me see, this is for the island in the middle of nowhere. This is, I think, for the hole in the ground. And this one is for the high place. Yeah. So I think we need to go back here if you want to end up in like the earlier part of the game again. I suppose that's what we'll do. Let me make another save here, I guess, just in case. This one's gonna be called insurance in case I don't want to. In case I don't end up finding anything and I don't want to like climb all the way back up here just to get back to a teleporter, but I mean hopefully that won't happen. And now we are aware of this thing as being we can actually use this as a shortcut, not just an inconvenient thing that we didn't mean to use when we first found it. Alright, can you please leave this place? I guess we have to go back here first. Yeah, there's also like that window that we could have looked into. When we first came. Not in this place, but when we like rode the cart, that was near this location. There we go. Ended up peeking into like a window that led to like the inside of some place. But that didn't seem like it resulted in much. But yeah, we still have like these couple of things. First there's this thing. Which I'm pretty sure, I guess, I'm forced to assume that the symbols inside this thing are going to, or that are displayed by this thing, I mean, are going to somehow correlate to the ones that are displayed by the other one. I mean, not that I would know exactly what, I suppose, like, grab this sequence of symbols and that this thing shows and replicate them in the other thing, but I suppose that might make some degree of sense. That might be something that I end up trying at least once just to see if it works. Let me go through all the symbols here. Huh. I feel like there's... yeah, some of those symbols are... I've tried doing this before and some of those symbols are like different each time we do this sequence, but some of them are the same, like this one followed by that one and all that stuff. Even if I step away now and then like immediately go back there, does it always start with the one that looks kind of like a tree? It does, okay, so I'd like to assume that that's a good starting point at least. You know what, I should probably have tried to note about the other place though, it would have been... if I look at like the long screen that displays a long sequence of symbols, there's an actual string. Like how many there are when that thing is full. But I forgot to note that, oh well. I can note these things one at a time, probably. Okay, so... I did take a screenshot of some of the symbols in that other cave, so I will look at it now. And I guess I'm to assume that they're probably going to correspond to the thing that's missing here, so that's one. I think that's the other one, and the other one would be this one. So what happens if we... I guess we can't push the button again here, but do we want to push the button again here? Which I just going to be like another repetition, because I feel like we've had that, yeah. It just shoots into that spot again, but I guess that doesn't really do much at this stage. Can't move that thing, but I think we can move this thing. And maybe this will result in something. No, never mind. We can move this thing, but only after we move it. I guess we put in these symbols, maybe. Are we about to kill somebody? Oh shit. Okay. I guess we didn't want the robot to be alive, for whatever reason. Even though I don't think it was very clear whether or not that robot was going to get in our way before, but oh well, I guess we've done that. Maybe if we go back to that location now, we'll be able to find something new. I guess we have to take the swing back down, maybe, or just... Can we just back out of here? But it doesn't look like we can. I mean... Shoot. I mean, that's not a pun, but... Can we move this at all? Because it just seems like we just end up back in the same location. And yeah, for some reason it doesn't seem like it's just letting me back out of the screen anymore. Oh, it's say that maybe we have to mess with this and bring the cannon back down, but I mean, like, all I want to do right now is back out, and I don't know why it's not letting me do that. Oh, okay. For some reason, that time it was different. I don't know what I did different that time, but I suppose I must have done something. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna try to remind myself what's in this building. Okay, it's just this thing. It's for the bridge. I suppose there is one more thing that we could technically look into. Okay. So I'm gonna also use my trusty MS Paint thing, which I have open right now, to try and record all of the symbols that are on this thing in order. Okay, so it's a tree. It's like this. I hope I drew it properly. And it's like that hand holding something. And it's like a weird shaving razor thing with a bite mark on it. It looks beautiful, I promise. My own hand-drawn depictions of these things are all very faithful. I might have drawn the wrong missing dot on that one, but that's okay. Okay, that one just looks like a spilled over bowl of soup. And this one looks like Pac-Man with some, like, really opening up his jaw. Some things inside. I'm only looking at each of these for about a few moments, so I hope that I'm drawing like an accurate representation. Okay, so this is the 9th symbol. Looks like some kind of Pythagorean thing going on. Okay, so that time it... Okay, I'm gonna say question mark there, because it's the one that makes a weird sound. But after that one, it's like this shepherd's crook kind of thing. And then it's this thing like a very weird skinny elephant. And then it's a tree again. And then it just repeats, I think. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 symbols, and the one that makes a weird noise, which I guess I'm gonna play the sequence again just to confirm that it's the same, and also see if the symbol that made the noise is also the same. Okay, yeah, the dot on this thing is on the bottom right, not on the bottom left. I corrected it. Would have been a disaster if I had left that as is, clearly. Okay, that's... yeah. Just admiring my own beautiful representation of all these symbols. Okay, so the first time it was the... crap, hold on. The noise symbol, the first time that I drew it just now. Call it NS. First it was the shaving razor with the bite mark. Then it was that, like, radio antenna thing, TV antenna, I don't know. I will do the sequence one more time and see if it's a different one again this time. Maybe even a 4th time, just so I can see if that one also follows a sequence of its own or what. Can just keep on spamming the button here though, presumably. Okay, it's this. It's the spilled over bowl of soup. It's the unhinged jaw Pac-Man. It's the TV antenna, it's a Pythagorean symbol, and then it's the one that makes a weird noise, so what's it gonna be this time? That time it's the weird kind of S Tim Burton Jack Skellington symbol. I will do this sequence just one more time, so I can try and figure out if it's following some kind of pattern, because let's see. The displacement between the bitten razor and the TV antenna, which was the first difference, was 2 symbols, I think. Okay, and then... no, it wasn't. It was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 symbols, but then... if I follow that same sequence, I think that is also a displacement of 6 symbols, actually. So... I wonder what that means. So if it follows that same pattern this time, the next one should be, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, the skinny elephant, maybe? Let's see if it's that. Okay, so... So the one after this one, if it's a skinny elephant, maybe my theory will be proven. Okay, no, it's not. It's the hand holding the weird one, so... The weird thing. Ooh. And I guess it's gonna start to thunder soon. So how much of a displacement is that? Let me see. Let me see if I miscounted the first time. So the difference between this one is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, no, it's 5, not 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so it wasn't a displacement of 6 the first time either. Or the second one, so... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the first one. That's a difference. And then the next one is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's 5, then 7. And then for this one, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, maybe there is some kind of a pattern. Let's do it one more time. So if it follows the same pattern, which I think I might just have observed of the displacement being like x plus 2 each time. Next one would be 13, which would mean... I mean, how many symbols are there in total? There are 11. Okay, so maybe there won't be a displacement this time. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I guess there maybe won't be a displacement this time. That would also be maybe a confirmation to my theory. Where's my mouse? Hold on. Is it actually... Wait, is it actually locked to the window this time? That is weird. That's never happened before. Well. Okay, so if this one is also the hand, it is not the hand. That time there was an additional displacement, which meant that it... Maybe that's a pattern, though. Like, it's just like a repetition of symbols. I'm gonna know that. Okay, so one final time, just to see what happens if it turns out to be a completely different one this time, then I don't even know what I'm gonna think, but at least I have all this recorded here. Okay, so is the next one gonna be the TV antenna thing? No, it's gonna be that thing again, so I honestly don't know what the fuck is happening. Let's just leave, I guess. Let's go back to the other place. We did end up doing something that time. Yeah, we did. We ended up killing the giant, the robot guy. Wait, what am I doing? I actually do want to go that way. Wasn't very clear what each of these arrows meant at first, though. And I suppose we're going back into the radio building. We already know which one is going to open up the way. Which of these tracks to place on the radio is going to open up the way to forward. Yeah, we suddenly started raining really hard. I don't know if that's being picked up on the mic, but it's happening. Guess we're gonna have to do this again, because I get the feeling we don't really have a shortcut for this. Anyway, let's see if I can remember what the sequence even is for each of these things. I mean, at least the pattern for this thing should be in place. I mean, we really only have to remember one of the sequences at least. And that's one for up here. Even if I don't remember it very clearly myself, but, you know, fortunately I did very, very clearly record that with Screenshot as well. It's that, it's this, and it's that. Alright. Well, as long as we're here, might as well check out the other discs that we got for this thing. I think we got a couple that we never even looked at. Alright, apparently we're missing only the 4 ones in the middle here, but we should already know what, at least I want to see these 3, say, maybe.
What a pity.
Glug right about that. Without his crown, Hoborg's stuck in a big, helpless sleep. Ooh, that clog scare me. Things look icky, but maybe hope. Maybe. A life seed. Hoborg boo-boo with Clog. Clog go all stinky bad, but Willie know what to do. Yes. Ooh, me hope Clog no find out about this. Scary. Happy birthday!
Alright. Well, apparently our waking up was very much an immediate rest kind of thing. Not just waking up, but just coming into existence, I guess. So my estimation is that maybe the main character here would be like one of the people that's referenced beforehand on... crap, where are we going actually? Let's try going here. Like me referencing either the like History Chronicles thing or in the earlier parts of that story were apparently wrong. He literally just come into existence mere moments before the game starts, I guess. Wait, what? Oh, now we're observing the dead robot, I guess. And maybe are able to climb into it. Ooh. Okay, so this is one of the robots that have the freaking bad good switch that I'm pretty sure read about in the Chronicles, though. I suppose goodness not a good enough or a strong enough thing to bring it back to mobility. Ooh. Jump out of hole. Oh. Oh, me, Bill. I couldn't quite tell what it was saying before, but I suppose that makes sense. Isn't it the same guy that was dropping flower pots on us before? Okay, I was gonna say, I'm sure that's a good idea to shove it into the same location with the thing that it's trying to eat that you're trying to save. Goodness, what are we doing now? We gotta... oh shit. It's okay. Guess we're not gonna be using that anymore. I mean, we probably don't need to go back to that location afterwards, after this is done, I guess, is what that's maybe supposed to imply. Oh boy. I don't believe this was foreshadowed. Well... not quite a Godzilla dropkick moment, but... So the dude in the castle could just pull off this Iron Giant targeting whatever he wanted.
Bill, hang on!
Okay, I was gonna say, is that guy inside Bill still, or did he manage to get out? But I guess he must have managed to get out. And... Okay, I thought that maybe we were gonna have to do a couple of other things before we got here. Like, maybe do something with that code on the wall. But maybe not. Gotta make another save at this point. It's gonna be called, I guess we didn't need the insurance save, but this one's gonna be called Spooks, because I'm not sure what to expect at this point. What happens if we just turn back here? What exactly will happen if we try to interact with whatever this is? We can't interact with whatever this is, never mind. I guess now, though, we have a choice of a couple of places to go. I get the feeling that if we find another teleporter, that's probably why we had like one spot left on the teleporter destinations. That's probably how we end up being able to like get back to earlier parts. What happens if we just go straight ahead? And we just let ourselves in there. Oh yeah, here it is. Wouldn't you know it? And another one of these discs. How many of them are we missing at this point? Like 3? I guess this one must be the one that was just added.
Frozen solid. It seems this crown does more than give you reign over the Neverhood. It's also your secret to life. What a pity.
Plug right
Oh well.
about that.
Well, we already knew about that part and what follows, so... I guess the first thing that guy created ended up being the one that took away the crown and then just became an evil dictator for some reason, even though there's not much to rule over here, it seems. Or at least like a red balloon, which we can't really do much with at all at the moment. But yeah, let me confirm my suspicion. I guess one of the places that this thing traveled to is no longer going to be in operation, because that was just crushed by the robot mans. But I'm thinking that this button at the top is like where we are right now. Let's, how about we don't actually mess with that right now though. Just keep it in mind that this is where the last teleporter is, I guess. Let's see what we can do in this place first. What happens if we go this way first? Looks like there was some kind of spooky face. If we keep on looking in this direction, that can only lead to good places. Hey, it's a mouse cheese combo one more time. Wonder what it's gonna be resulting in this time though. Oh, okay, never mind. I thought we just somehow ended up stepping on the mouse. But no, apparently it's just the sound effect of the mouse eating the cheese. So I guess maybe we would have ended up here if we hadn't pressed that button in the dairy building, but I don't know. But hey, there's another disc on the floor. Wait, what? Okay, I got a number of these things, which are just like holes, and we don't really know what to do with them. Doesn't seem like we can do anything with them at this time, actually. They're just holes. I'm also noticing this thing in the background. It's like these 3 things equal something that's obscured, but if only I knew what. Now I'm not quite sure exactly what to do there. Let me just head back over here. And maybe go this way this time. Let's just, oh, I guess this is probably what you have to combine with the balloon up there to be able to get rid of that thing. Yes. Yeah, I think I see what the intended sequence of stuff might be here. So with this in hand, why don't we go back up here? I guess we can also put in the one other disc that we found so far. And see exactly what that opens up. And maybe now I can actually pay attention and notice how many of these are missing. Only 2 missing, okay, so it's either this one or this one that got added. I'm not quite sure which one. Oh, it's that one.
Sheesh. My, this baby packs a wallop. What's this?
Alright, well, you can probably fill in what happened in the last 2 of those that we haven't seen yet, but maybe now that we have the pin. There we go. See this through to the end with a little bit of busy work. Alright, and it's not immediately obvious what we're supposed to do with that thing, I suppose, but I get the feeling that we're supposed to take it over here. And now we can interact with these things on the wall. Oh yeah, maybe that's supposed to be one of these things back here, actually. Maybe that's what that signifies, but does that maybe mean that we're supposed to find like a number of these and not just this one? Oh. Well, I mean, we only have the one right now, so let's see. Yeah, I get the feeling that's what's supposed to be the intention there. We're supposed to find a few of these and bring them all over here and then use, well, like 3 of them, I guess. Then bring them all over here and then we can do something. If we figure out the right numbers to put them in, maybe that'll be like the pathway to the end. But for now, I guess we're gonna have to leave this place, because I don't think we're gonna be getting any more of those yet. From wandering around here. Now I get the feeling that we will have to look into a couple of other things that I was suspicious of. Let's see. I get the feeling that these symbols aren't necessarily like indicative of what we're supposed to do with. Let me go back up here. What we're supposed to do with the or where we're supposed to get the rest of those things. I don't think the symbols are indicative of anything except just like X symbol leads to X location. Alright, so I do have the feeling that maybe, just maybe, one of the places that we have to go is the wall display that's over here. And if we can, there we go, find out where that is actually. So let me see. Let me look at the symbols here. Let me pay attention to something else as well, which is... Oh, that symbol actually, I just realized. I hadn't noticed that before, but that symbol wasn't actually on the other display at all. So maybe that's just supposed to be the... missing one, I guess, if we want to complete the sequence. Let me pay attention for a little bit, actually. Hold on, let me, like, let this loop, I guess. There, back to the beginning. Does that loop back to... No, it doesn't. To the same order that it shows up in the other place, and the answer is very much no. So let me see. If we assume that the symbol that makes a weird noise is very much its own thing, that would mean that there would be a total of 12. Let me see if I just fill this in with whatever, if it adds up to 12. 10, 11, 12. The answer is yes. Okay, so I get the feeling that is what I'm supposed to do, so let me try to do it that way. So first time it would be this one, then it would be the hand with the ball, or whatever. However you want to interpret that one, and that one. Then it's like Tim Burton spiral thing, that one. Then it's the thing that's almost like a symmetric cross kind of thing. I hope I'm doing this right. And then it's an October bowl of soup. Come on. There it is. Then the unhinged jaw Pac-Man. Then the TV antenna. Then the Pythagorean symbol. Then it's the one that makes the weird noise, so we just wait for that one. And it's the shepherd's crook. And finally it's the skinny elephant. I hope I'm doing this right. I suppose we're about to find out. Income out of that? Yeah, there we go. Oh, that actually opened up a passageway, I suppose is what we're seeing here. And this is where the penultimate one of these discs is located. But we said like the only thing that we can find in here, because it seems like there's like the end of one of these wall rails for those cart things in here, but there's also the... also a disc. Maybe the whole point of coming here was to find that disc. I'll also probably just like briefly show off my beautiful rendition of those symbols on my MS Paint window here, just for the record. But... I guess that actually might have been the final... maybe that's how we're supposed to like get one of the things to go into the final area there. We're supposed to complete the sequence of the movie. But now that that's out of the way, I think there's really only one thing left for me to look at, maybe. That would... Wait, I don't want to go in here, I don't think. Not yet, at least. I mean, I've already been there, but I've already gotten everything that I needed to get out of that, I think. I mean, there's... I guess the one thing in that building that maybe there's more for me to get out of... to exploit, which would be that thing that we project onto the wall, which it wasn't very clear what the purpose of that was, but for now there's one thing that I think I might have wanted to check on before we do anything else. And that is to go back to the first teleporter that we found. Which I think was here. Let's see. There we go. We'll do the same thing as before, which is to... I guess this time I'll step into this room first, then I will save the game and do the insurance save again. Yes, I'll write that. If we do that again, will that Yeah, no, apparently I will not move it. It will remain in the same location. Which I find fairly interesting. Actually, I feel like there's just pretty much one thing that I would want to look into at this point by myself, as like a suspicion of where I might have to go to find more clues or whatever. And that would be to... like, first of all, go back to the first kind of open area where you get out of the first building that you start in. But from there... From there, I think I would want to go back to the first one of the like wall rail cart sections that we found. Because that one had a dead end, but maybe after the whole layout of this land shifted, maybe it won't be a dead end anymore. It's not very clear. At least we solved the puzzle with the symbols. I am reasonably pleased with that. So let's do that. Let's get out of here and back to the starting area. I guess that symbol that's painted above this door, or just carved or etched or whatever. Just kinda sliced in there, since it's all claymation and what have you, clay models. Didn't actually end up having any greater significance after all. But let's go. I guess we're crossing the bridge after all. I wasn't sure if there was anything... like if an accurate way to describe this direction was to say crossing a bridge or something, but I suppose it was after all. Didn't quite remember, oh god. Also, still find that kind of funny for some reason, just like the way that he walks through that particular room, that animation, where it's just like, I'm just gonna keep on walking without interrupting my stride at all, just gonna shove my hand out in front of me so I can get this door out of the way. So it doesn't seem like he does that very often. Okay, let's go and write this thing again. Let's see if it's still a dead end on the other side of this, or what. I'm not sure if I remember going into a place like this, but... well, let's take a look. No, I suppose it isn't. I am pretty sure we weren't able to come this way before. This is new. I might as well see this through to the end. Oh. Wait, what? Hold on, what are you doing? Surely you can, like, get off here. Which I guess this might be the other end of the... oh yeah, this is where one of the keys is. I just realized that's what this is, so... I figured out how to find the second one of these. And we can leave this place? No, that's just like a window, I guess. Okay, we're still missing one, though. Not really sure where I would have to look for that one. I probably could use a nudge in the right direction, but before we do that, let's just go back. I might end up consulting my old file here. We can't, like, try to get off the card at this point, can we? No, that wouldn't really make sense, I guess. Okay, we'll mess with this again. We already did that very early on to open up that door. But yeah, we found two of these things, these keys. And it's really not very clear what we have to do to find the last one. I don't think. Oh goodness. It might be something to do with that thing up there, I guess the other cart ride that we can take to get up to that window, but I mean, we did that before. And that seemed like a dead end then, and I get the feeling that it'll still be a dead end now, but I get the feeling that it's really the only thing that I'm suspicious of right now. I think I saw some of these buildings like glimpsed in that scene where the like two halves of the world smash back together, or whatever it is that happens. So I think something that I'm gonna at least try to do is take a quick look at the Hall of Records here. Well, I can put in the one other thing that we found, this disc. We're still missing one though. Wonder where that one could be. Is the one that I did? No, it would be this one.
I declare myself Clog, ruler of the Neverhood.
What have I done?
Yow! Sheesh! My, this baby packs a wallop. What's this?
Well, yeah, it was kind of obvious what that was going to end up showing, considering that literally every other part of that already shown. But well, let's take a quick look in here. I get the feeling that there won't really be anything much that's different, but yeah, maybe not. I can take a look at the darkened version of the frickin' God, what's the word I'm looking for? It's something similar to unwieldy, but not quite unwieldy. Like, I feel like my internal thesaurus is just kind of short-circuiting right now, so in practically long hallway. Bizarrely long collection of lore that we have to deal with. But yeah, like I said, I'm pretty sure there's pretty much only one location that's suspicious to me at this time, and I'm not too sure if that's where we're gonna have to go to like find the last key, or even try to attempt to try to find the last of the discs, which I want to imagine will also be somehow significant. Like maybe even that's the final thing that we have to do, find the last disc, and that's somehow gonna open up like once we have the full sequence. Maybe that's gonna be the secret to finding the final key. I have to wonder. Even if we find all the keys though, we still don't know like how to reveal the actual places they have to go to solve that puzzle that they're presumably supposed to be used for. I'll take a look at this one thing, and if I don't find anything there, I might give myself a nudge. Okay. Let's not accidentally kill ourselves at this point. So that's game over. It's probably the only other try that I remember with any kind of clarity from this game, to be honest with you. Other than claim and theme and the operator song. And even I'm not really sure what the name of this particular track is either, but at least I can remember that it plays during this part. Okay. Honestly, not entirely sure which of these paths is the one that leads all the way up to the window place, which is the one that I'm suspicious of right now, but I think it's this one. It's just like, go to the right and keep taking the path without taking any tangents. I think we'll eventually... oh, never mind. I misread the thing on the wall there. But I think we'll eventually get there this way. Or maybe not. Well, we'll see. It's gonna lead somewhere at least. Does this lead to like the radio hint, even though I didn't end up needing that at all? I just ended up brute forcing that one. I didn't want to come back here. Okay, this is gonna lead somewhere. Does this lead to where I thought of, after all? Let's see. Oh no, never mind. That's like part of the foreground. We can actually ignore that. It's not like in the other... the other wall rail thing, where there actually was an obstacle. Or at least signified a dead end. But yeah, this is like the only other... I'm pretty sure that this is gonna lead to where I think... it's the only other place where I came round, and I couldn't figure out if there was anything to do here. Forget about these holes in the wall, though. I get the feeling that maybe, just maybe... I'm gonna take a picture just in case. I get the feeling that won't necessarily change anything, or necessarily give me any clues that I need. This might just be like completely for flavor for all I know, but... I don't know, it feels weird to have a place like this and then ostensibly not have anything that we can do in it or take away from it. But yeah, apparently clicks do not reveal anything that can be done here. So I guess we assume that there isn't actually anything to do there, but... Actually, on that note, that's like the final place that I mentioned. I was kind of suspicious of that it might lead to progress, but I had missed something, something in. However, I suppose that was not true after all. Let me see if I can give myself a nudge. I'm missing one of the keys. There's apparently a whistle key, a floating key, and Willie's key. I'm guessing the floating key is the one with the balloon, yeah. Okay, apparently we do need to find all the video disc cards to get the final key. Whoops, hold on. Based on what something that I may have just witnessed here, I guess there is a possibility that I might have just walked past some of the video cards. Or video discs, I guess I should say. I mean, apparently they're pretty much the same thing, but I guess we might have to have a sweep of pretty much the whole game now, so I can figure out where the one card that I'm missing is. Ooh, hold on. But I suppose that also means that, yeah, based on the list that I'm looking at here, in Hall of Records we do have to walk all the way to the end of the hall just to pick up one of the video discs. And apparently that is actually a necessity to complete the game, if I'm interpreting this correctly. I mean, at least I know for a fact that we did that. That much is something that I do not have to check on. Yeah, it seems like we're gonna have to do a few things, I would say. Take a look at a few things. For now, all we're gonna have to do is just leave this freaking cart. Okay, now that we're down here in the drained lake area, let me see. There's apparently... Let me take a quick look at the stuff in the beginning of the game just to be safe. I get the feeling that if there's anything that I might have missed that I didn't notice, it probably was in the beginning of the game. Let's go back there, I guess. And then after that we'll go back to the radio house. Or now we'll bring the bridge back up and go back to the starting area. Once again, I'm kind of wishing that I could move around a little bit faster, skipping some of these animations, but whatever. Let's see. The very first place that we're supposed to look is the Weasel TNT dummy room. Which I'm pretty sure doesn't have anything, or I would have noticed by this point. Yeah. Might as well take these in order. Yeah. There's apparently a disc for us to pick up in this room at some point, but I see nothing of the sort right now, so I just assume that it's fine. And here there should be a few, so it seems. There's apparently supposed to be one in the entryway, which I suppose must assume refers to either this place or this place. I think there was one of them in like this place, which is the first video screen that we found. But yeah, there's also one that says in the first room. I guess the entryway was the room with the puzzle, and then the first room past the puzzle. So yeah, we would have gotten two from there, which we did. Past the spines and down with the lights on. Let's turn on the lights, I guess. There's also supposed to be one in the room, I guess, with the elevator. So let's get rid of the spines. And we already know that we got the one that's like at the far end of this goddamn place, so let's not look there. We don't have to. Let's keep it in mind if we absolutely have to, but like go there just to make sure that it's not there after checking out literally every other location. But I get the feeling that it's really not gonna be there. Oh dear, there's nothing here. What a surprise. Let's extend the spines again, because we need to in order to check in all of the other places. Let's turn the lights back off. And leave this place. No, I get the feeling that I might already have an idea of where the last one is. It's probably in the place that I didn't know what to do with the projector in the cheese building, but I might as well, you know, follow the proper procedure here. Next we go to this place. And then we can pretty much abandon this whole area and go back to the other side of things. What are you doing? You don't need to do it a second time. Oh well, didn't really break anything. Okay, so in the first room we enter, we did indeed pretty sure take one from here. I mean, none of them, no such disc is visible here right now anyway. One screen to the right, yeah, pretty sure we also took one from here, but there isn't anything left here at this point. And going up the spine ladder, there should also be, or have been one up here. Temperature is also not gonna be there anymore. Yep. Well, at least now we can say that we looked. So now we go back to the other side of the map. Yeah, please leave the area. And now we, I guess, turn in this direction. So we can go back past the lake, bridge, and go down into the lake. Because that's where we're gonna have to look. We're gonna have to take the, well, predictably, we're gonna have to take a long way around. On the way back up to the what's it called? Please open the door. The top of the radio room, the radio building, so we can go back up to the teleporter, but as we climb up the radio building we should be able to check a few other things. For now, let's make the bridge back into a staircase. Let's head this way. And right back over here. And there we go. Okay, so I guess it must have been one of those discs in this very first room that we came into, and I also guess that we must have already picked it up. Let's see. I guess I'm gonna go over here and turn on the light just for a moment. Just to make sure that there isn't anything else to pick up here that I somehow missed here, which I get the feeling that there isn't. Let's turn it back off, because I'm pretty sure that we need it off to be able to get to the top of this place. Okay. I really found one of those discs here too. The description for this thing is not very clear. It says up the stairs. The small stairs to the striped column room, but I guess it must mean that it was in the striped column room, but we already took care of it. And I suppose it must have been, yeah, another one in here, but I suppose it's not here anymore as well. And there's pretty much only one other place to look that I can think of, and that's a place with the cheese building. So let's go right back over there. It's this way. I say before I actually am able to look at the button that I intend to point at when I make that assertion. Yeah, there's apparently quite a few of those discs in the cheese building, so I suppose that's where we're headed next. Actually, let me check something else before I... Well, I guess we'll start hitting on the place, but there might be something that yeah. Might also have to do... What the fuck? Okay, apparently I also missed like a very easy way to solve a cheese puzzle that I didn't realize existed, but... yeah, I can think there might be something else that I end up having to do here in the projector room in this building, but let's see. Look at the list of things. Dairyland, no, that's where I am right now, but... apparently there's 12 retainers who enter the land in a purple cave. In a purple cave. I mean, that's probably where the teleporter was, maybe. So maybe we got... crap, I didn't even pay attention. I suppose we might as well... well, let me do this real quick, actually. See if that does anything at this point. I suppose it doesn't. All that I managed to do was... move the mouse and the cheese to the other location. That's closer to the end of the game, I guess, maybe. That was the purpose of that. Okay, let me take a quick survey since I was supposed to be doing this right and I didn't realize that I was supposed to be looking at this right from the moment I first came in. I am assuming here, yeah, I suppose there were supposed to be a couple of discs in this room maybe, or maybe I'm thinking of a different place, or maybe I'm being directed to a different place. Let's see, I assume that this whole area, not just the room with the teleporter, or the building, the cheese building, belongs to Dairyland. And how this works, let's see, in the orange room through a locked door, okay, we found that one, yeah. In the dairy building, matching puzzle area. Hold on, I guess I might as well go back and check out the dairy building. After all. There's one in the matching puzzle area, which I'm pretty sure we picked up too. It's the one over here. If it's empty, then I assume that, yeah, that's exactly right. And that is exactly right, yeah. There's apparently 2 to be found in the projector room. I have to wonder how that would be acquired, but... because I feel like... yeah. I don't know, I feel like I did pick up 2 from one of the rooms in here. I still don't know what the point of the projector is. I can look at it again. Yeah, I don't even know what it's supposed to be showing me right now, to be honest with you. Here. Try to interact with the first groove that this thing was stored in, but apparently the only place that it will actually work at will be this one here. Okay, so I guess the dairy building is clean, and yeah, we solved the symbols puzzle to find one of the discs. That's already out of the way. So where else are we supposed to look? The orange and the locked door. Okay, I assume that I found that one and that one and that one. In the basement through the hole. In the matching puzzle area, I guess there's pretty much only one place that I can think of that this would be referring to. happening, by the way. Even though I don't have to do the whole input here again, surely. Oh my god, I do. To check that. Well, we already went in that room, so I don't think we need to do that really. Let's just go back down here again. Let's watch this one-ton sheep murder again. At least presumably the one that involved like the giant beast kaiju fights won't happen again. Right, yeah, let's take a look around here. Shall we fall down the hole? Or rather, shall we partially fall down the hole and then also partially are fucking smashed down the hole by this guy? I have to wonder what his deal is, and is there supposed to be a couple of different discs? No, wait, it's literally right there. Okay, so we land right on top of it, that's why I didn't see it. Damn it. But yeah, there we go. We found the final disc, it was literally just right there, I didn't notice it. But yeah, and then we have that. Let's go back. What would be the most convenient place where we can find another one of these things? Guess we go to the evil castle area, maybe. It should put us right next to one of these screens. Yeah, let's watch the whole thing, I guess, and see if that does anything. I wonder how we instinctively know what they are. Now they're all shiny.
Hello.
And I just saw the place.
Me Willie. Me Willie Trombone. These discs tell a story. Story about good. Story about bad. These discs are all that are left of the true story. True story of the closing of the Third Age. Willie know that once you know this truth, then you know what to do. Listen, I tell you. It all starts with Hoborg, a being who had to create because he had to. He make a world full of beauty and wonder. This world, the Neverhood, a world where he could live forever and evermore. Hoborg thought this world would make him happy, but it make him sad. Walking around his big, beautiful new world make him feel all alone. But then Hoborg get him an idea. He said,
I know. I'll make a friend to enjoy this world with me.
Hoborg happy to have a new friend. He named him Clog and welcome him to the Neverhood.
Everything you see here is yours to enjoy. You and I shall spend all our days here together. With you by my side, I'll make more.
Crown!
No! I mean, no, Clog. This crown is the only thing that you cannot have. I am ruler of this world, the Neverhood, and a ruler needs his crown. Surely you can understand that. Now go and explore your new home. while I go back to my throne room to plan some more people to make.
So, Holborg go to make more friends. And Clog start thinking bad things. Sitting in the throne room, Holborg start thinking about who he make next.
Huh? What? My crown!
Yeah. Now, Hoborg, we shall see who rules this world. You cannot rule without a crown.
Clog! No!
I declare myself Clog, ruler of the Neverhood.
What have I done?
Yow! Sheesh! My, this baby packs a wallop. What's this? Frozen solid. It seems this crown does more than give you reign over the Neverhood. It's also your secret to life. What a pity.
Clog right about that. Without his crown, Holborg stuck in a big, helpless sleep. Ooh, that Clog scare me. Things look icky. But maybe hope. Maybe a life seed. Holborg boo boo with Clog. Clog go all stinky bad. But Willie know what to do. Yes. Ooh, me hope Clog no find out about this. Scary. Happy birthday! If you watching this, then you do good. Really happy. Now you need this. Go do more good. And look out for bad. Really know bad is always where you forget to look. Bye!
Okay, that makes sense. So do we just have the key with us right now? Okay, no. We actually have to pick it up. Couldn't possibly have given us that one moment sooner. But alright, I guess that means that we have all the keys now. Of course, that doesn't necessarily mean that we know like what order it's gonna be, because we still haven't been able to like make out what the sum is supposed to be. But maybe now that we can maybe put them all together in one place, that clue will also be something that we can look at. Love this claymation, yeah, it's pretty good. I'm honestly kind of curious as to exactly how they made the like the whole sequential animation there that you look at on the screens. Okay, you can pretty much tell that for this game to have had this extension, a lot of work had to go into it. Okay, so here's the thing, we have all the keys now, but I have to presume that this is the clue right here where that it's supposed to tell you where each one is supposed to go, or at least where they're all supposed to go collectively, but I have to wonder why it's still not visible. So we can continue to mess with this, but... I get the feeling that we're not gonna stumble upon the correct answer without knowing what this is. I don't even know if there's anything that we can change, like in this room, to make that more visible. We could like shuffle in place. Maybe not. Hold on, I might also have to keep myself a note here because it's very unclear like what I would have to do that. Over. Okay, hold on a moment. Okay, I think I just got... Well, I didn't really saw a hint, but I think that tape pretty much spelled out what I'm supposed to do here. But it's not something that I would have actually thought to do, I don't think. But turns out that my suspicion that there was gonna be something else to do with the freaking thing in the cheese building was correct after all. Just very, very unclear exactly what the hints were implying there. And I guess we have to go back over here yet again. Come on. The feeling that that prompt took so long for some reason. You didn't have to click right at the edge of the screen, but rather over here, not quite at the edge of the screen. Okay, but yeah, back to the cheese building. I guess we now know what we're supposed to do there. I think. Even though it was very, I don't know, at least from my perspective, it seems like a very obtuse kind of hint, the fact that the mouse ends up there and that there is something else. I suppose that's the implication that there is something else that you need to extract from this building itself. The mouse itself is not good enough. Even though I'm pretty sure that the thing that we're about to do wasn't even implied that it would work across multiple rooms. I thought that the only thing that we're going to be able to do here even is just push this thing across this room, but what happens if we try to push it out of this room? Okay, well obviously. And now. Even though it kind of seemed like it needed to be set into a friggin' specific kind of mooring, I guess, with the like battery looking thing in the other room to even work, but I suppose we're forced to assume that it's gonna work nevertheless. Because otherwise it wouldn't make any sense to do that. Wait, what am I doing? I'm just like overshooting here. I am supposed to go that way. Alright, back over here. I have to ride the elevator again. Or at least I think now everything should be in place. I'll see about that though. Okay, so what can we just... Actually, no, there is like a... Okay, I don't even know how you're supposed to extrapolate from the mountain from these things which are barely visible in the background. That and there's a thing there, but alright. 10, 12, 11. Still don't know what the actual picture that's on the... Like, you know, that's being projected there is supposed to be, but I suppose that we got the information that we wanted, which was the one that looks like the antenna thing with the other line is 10, the one that's just an opening is 12, and the one that kind of looks like an eye is 11 maybe. Yeah. So like this. Alright then, I suppose it was that simple there. I thought maybe it would end up to be something like arithmetic, like, you know, it's supposed to show like the sum of the numbers that those three had to go into or something like that, but maybe not. Let's see exactly where this puts us. I'm gonna make another save here because I don't know like what I can expect beyond this point. I guess we get like a little bit of a replay of the first puzzle of the game, or at least first puzzle that we get after we get out of the first room. Well, we can... Yeah, that seems to be pretty much the same, where the fourth one from the left does something, but I feel like even if we just do the obvious here and use the plant to pull that thing down and keep it pulled down, there's... Yeah, there's two different things that we have to do here. I will be mindful of. It's the fact that one of these things is used to extend the final part of the bridge, and also the thing used to extend the... Well, hold on. Actually, let me take another look at what happens when I pull this thing. Does it like stop being... Do those things stop being retracted immediately? Yeah, when I pull this out, so that's a little inconvenient. What happens if I push this thing like in the other direction right now? Can I somehow push it off of the... Oh, I guess I can't. What happens if I try to pull this thing down here? Will it actually... Yeah, it will keep that. Or it will actually keep that held down, I guess is what I was trying to say there. Of course, there's two things to be mindful of here, not one. Oh god. Okay, surely I don't have to, like, also somehow transport the other plant that I saw to this place as well. I don't think that would even be possible, because obviously it's not in the same building as the other things that I transported to this building. You just, like, jury-rig this thing into the plant somehow at this point? I guess not. Okay, and if we move it from this position, it just lets go. So it's not terribly clear what we're supposed to do here. We can do this as well, but obviously only one of these things can be held down. What the fuck do we do then? I mean, we can't move anything from the room before this one. Can we even go back to the room before this one at this point? Let me see. Yeah, we can. Okay. But yeah, surely we can't continue to move this thing away from this room and into the other one at this point. No, we can't even move it from here. We can't continue to move then. No, no, never mind. We can move this thing back to the other position, but only to the other position. Yeah, we can't move it any farther to the right from there. So I definitely wonder what the hell is up with the puzzle in this room. What could it be? If we continue to try to move this thing to the right, it's also gonna be, like, yeah, refusing to stay there. So I definitely have to wonder what's up with that. I get the feeling that maybe if we're supposed to do something first, it would be this. I mean, obviously once we're here, we can just stay here and not really do anything else. We can't, you know, use our amazing athletic prowess to vault over these spikes, surely. What if we just stay, like, hanging down to one of these things and just kind of remain in this position for a while? I'm sure that'll be some kind of solution. No. What if we try to do this a different way? What if I try to get eaten by the plant? Remind me how this works. Well, that happened for a bit, but then... Okay, I get the feeling that might be what we end up having to do here after all. So this just isn't gonna be... Oh wait, that's actually the opposite of what I wanted to do. Or, I mean, maybe not, but what I want to test right now is if we push this thing all the way to the left and like fall onto it from the last ring. Or at least the last ring to the left. Yeah, that angle seems pretty convenient, so let's try to do that on the ring that's all the way on the right and see what happens. Oh jeez, I guess pretty much the only thing that you have to go on here is the fact that you can't pull down more than one at a time, so like the most sensible seeming solution must not actually be the one that you work with. And sure enough, here we are. Jesus. Well, I guess there's pretty much only one place to go from here, and that's the one and only door that we see. Would it be as simple as just walking in, though? I suppose so.
I'm sorry. Did I frighten you? My name is Clog. Everything you see here is mine to do with as I so desire. And I desire for all of this to be yours to rule. All you have to do is wear the adornment of a king. Yes, the Neverhood crown. You know where this baby goes. So let us make our decision, shall we?
Alright, I guess we're making our decision somehow, even though it's not very clear. I guess we just click on whatever we want. Can we click on this guy? I guess we can't. Can we wear the crown? Let's just go along with this.
Yes! Yes! He bought it! I win! I am the ruler of this world now.
Okay, apparently his evil plan at that time was to just convince the protagonist. But yeah, I suppose that's an ending, but let's not assume that that's the ending, I guess. Okay, then another save right here, so let's just go ahead and invoke that one again. I suppose make ostensibly the only other choice that we can make and see what happens there, but yeah. I guess the dude's evil plan was just to get the other guy to have the same thing happen to him, which seems pretty stupid when you consider what that resulted in. Alright, apparently knowledge and the ability to create will always make you evil, is what we've learned today. But let's try to have a different outcome this time.
I'm sorry. Did I frighten you? My name is Clog. Everything you see here is mine to do with as I so desire. And I desire for all of this to be yours to rule. All you have to do is wear the adornment of a king. Yes, the Neverhood crown. You know where this baby goes, so let us make our decision, shall we?
Alright, let's make this decision once again, but this time let's click on a few different things as we find our way over there.
I know what you're thinking, and you can forget it. Huh? What the? I promise you will regret this! You are toying with forces for which you know nothing about!
I mean, it doesn't seem like whatever those things that popped up from the chasm were gonna do much of anything to act as an obstacle.
Asleep so long. Who woke me? What is your name?
Clayman.
Clayman. Yes, of course. Well, stand up, friend. You saved this world, and...
Die, you old fool! Son of a...
You know, I never really understood that guy. Come on, Clayman. We've got a Neverhood to finish. This nursery is where it all starts. So wait here, Clayman, and I'll make you some friends.
Sorry, I just keep hearing this Powerpuff Girl sound effect. And it's making me scratch my head a little bit, figuratively. Also that weird kind of squishing, splorting sound effect. It's kind of weird to find the right words to describe what those sounds evoke.
Clayman, wake up.
Clayman, wake up!
Hey, everybody. This is Clayman. And without his smarts, compassion, and high moral fiber, we wouldn't be here today.
Half a cheer for Clayman!
Hip hip hoo!
It is now time to goof off.
Alright. I mean, my idea of goofing off probably wouldn't involve any kind of strenuous activity at all, but you know. I mean, if this is what they're gonna do when they goof off, what are they gonna do when they're technically not supposed to be goofing off, like? Do they have anything else to dedicate themselves to in this world yet? It's not terribly clear. What happened to the other guy that gave us like the final key? Where did he end up?
Up here!
Oh, that's the same voice clip too and everything, I'm pretty sure. I guess that's what he was thinking too. Oh, and Bill. I didn't think that Willie ended up dying when Bill, like, fell off the bridge, though.
Things are good.
Alright, I suppose we finally got into the actual ending, even though I think that's like the third time that we've seen this credits roll. I think the first time one was when we got like the actual death that you can get in the game from falling down the drain. But yeah, there you go, the Neverhood. One of a long list of classic adventure games that I wish that I could say that I could actually have said to have already beaten by myself in the past, but I haven't actually. And yeah, plenty of people involved in this that were also involved in Earthworm Jim, including a few people that just take a look at their name and be like, oh no, that's a terrible person, we can't possibly say anything good at this point, but honestly, I feel like there's a time to focus on those things, but I don't know, I just prefer not to, if I don't absolutely have to. But yeah, as far as the game itself, it was... it's pretty interesting. I feel like it didn't really have like a specific, whatever I'm looking for, I guess, picture of what I would potentially expect from it going into it. Because other than, I want to say probably the first couple of streams in the game, I don't think I'd ever seen any part of it whatsoever, but yeah. I feel that the puzzle design was pretty interesting. I feel there was only pretty much a couple puzzles that weren't something that I could have just kept poking at and figured out, maybe. I'm pretty sure there was only like 3 puzzles that I ended up needing a notch for, and that was... the first one of those was finding out like the second sequence of colors that you need to... Sorry, the song is a little bit distracting, but yeah, the sequence of colors that you need to like re-enlarge yourself on the second floor of the library to do that, and then try to figure out that you're supposed to be able to move the friggin' projector from one of the screens in the building that it shows up into another. And I think that was pretty much it, though. I guess we still conclude that window that you can peer into at the top of one of the wall cart rides doesn't actually lead to anything, it's just there just to be there. You don't get any new information or items from that. It seems weird. Feels like pretty much, I mean, there were a few things in the game that were like very obviously for flavor, but I feel like that out of all the things in the game that were for flavor, that one seemed like the least obvious one. But yeah, I mean, there's also some parts of the game that feel like they could have been executed a lot better, like it feels like the massive hallway with all that lore could have been something that would have been better off consigned to the manual, maybe. Seemed unnecessary to integrate into the gameplay itself. But it was something. I guess that's pretty much everything, and I mean, there's also stuff like the soundtrack, which seems like one of the most unique parts of the game too, as well. Like, not just the stuff that you hear in the game itself, but also stuff like stuff that you hear on the radio, and you pretty much don't hear in any other part of the game, but probably also be considered as part of it if we were to like try to look at some kind of soundtrack listing for that. I mean, the credits are obviously going to replay the credits. I get the feeling if we press about, maybe we can take a look at this, the making of the Neverhood. I think that I took a very, very brief look at this once, but oh goodness. Yeah, but I guess we didn't look at this before.
17 paintings that depicted a little clay city with little clay people running around in it. Years later, myself and my team found ourselves at Steven Spielberg's house pitching this idea for a PC game, and DreamWorks Interactive loved it. We started brainstorming right there, and we started just drawing like crazy and coming up with monsters and contraptions and puzzles. And those were the most creative days of my life.
Yeah, it feels like there were only so many creatures that actually ended up appearing in the game, though, other than I guess the main Clayman type creature that the main character was.
The story of Neverhood is basically taken from the Bible in the account of creation and
Yeah, I noticed.
fall and grace.
And stuff like epic poems, Beowulf. I mean, the Bible itself is an epic poem, really.
To use your free will to
And stuff
decide
like,
between right and wrong. In addition to that, you have to figure out who you are and what you have to do to reach that decision point. Clayman as a character is an innocent, but two questions to ask yourself when designing a new character are, is he funny or is he scary? In the case of all the characters in the Neverhood, Clayman, Willie, they're funny. But in the case of Clog, they're very funny.
Clog is very funny. I mean, I guess. But yeah, I feel like there was at least one other concrete story that the lore reminded me of that wasn't Beowulf or the Bible, but I can't remember right now.
Building phase, building the sets. First I mapped out the set and how it was going to be constructed. I ended up building two different sets, a large scale set for the camera to move through, and then a smaller set so that we could show the whole world. We didn't have enough room to actually build the whole world on a larger scale. A lot of the buildings were designed. A lot of it had to do with the limitations of the materials, the wood and the clay, and then some of the other elements of the world, some of the trees and a lot of the overhanging elements had to do with just nice compositions for each shot. That was sort of the way that a lot of the look came about was really had to do with a lot of the restrictions and working around.
Okay, sure, I'm glad that that's being accompanied by that sound. I feel like I have to even speak louder while that's playing, because I feel like that's somehow causing the... Oh Jesus, the stereo mix feed to break through the threshold that I have for it. I mean, are they gonna talk about the power tool crafting process, or are they just gonna show these shots with this sound sweetly layered over it? If there is one design decision in this whole game that I would change, it would probably be the inclusion of this sound and this FMV. I'm gonna admit I am fairly curious as to exactly how the process was of the scale of these models and what have you, like how large they ended up being, really, to be turned into the graphics for the game, but I feel like it's also a bit difficult to tell the details when this whole thing is in black and white.
In the interiors, we just stored the clay pretty much everywhere in the halls. When I was a kid. What we did is we came up with a technique. We'd use hot plates to heat the clay up in like large turkey pans, and then we'd spread it with spatulas and putty knives and sheetrock knives and stuff like that. The colors that we had to mix, we'd get a sample on paper, and then we'd try and match it as close as we could, or I'd try and match it as close as we could, or whoever. And we just put it on, let it cool down, then we'd have to thumb it to get texture out so it didn't look like frosting on a cake.
I was in charge of the longer flick scenes in the game, some of the dramatic sequences. It's a really odd process. I start with storyboards. I draw everything out and paste the timing on it, record the voices, and then have the lighting set up, point the cameras, and after all this prep work, it could be hours for a shot, I finally get to get in and animate. The painstaking process of moving up it a little bit and shooting a frame, moving up a little bit and shooting a frame. And it comes up to being about 15 frames per second.
the way that we approached the first-person movement was to build a track system out of wood. We looked into other systems, motion control camera, and 3D generated artwork, but we wanted to stay away from all of that. We wanted to kind of go the low-tech route. The way that the camera movements are handled, the camera sits down on this track and is moved along in small increments, 15 per second. And the turns are handled by hubs that rotate, that the camera sits on and rotates.
And if I was about to drink 4 liters of fruit punch soda in 1 hour. 4 liters, I mean, wouldn't that just be 2 large bottles? It's probably not a great... Okay, I guess they have to include this too. Oh jeez. Maybe that's where they got the inspiration for what one of the sheep did when the other one died.
Was to do all the puppet animation, the interactive puppet animation, where you are controlling Clayman or any of the other characters. That's the animation I did. Oh, I don't know, maybe 20,000 frames of animation using latex puppets with mechanical armatures and clay puppets with wire armatures. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, kids. Hi, Terry. My name is Uncle Terry. Hi, Uncle Terry. And I do the music for the Neverhood. It starts with a guitar. This is a guitar.
I would assume that this is not the same Terry Taylor who did the soundtrack with Bill Wyman to some of the Dario Argento films, but I honestly don't even know if that would be the case.
To visit him before he writes a song. I'm going to wait right now.
From the start of the Neverhood, we knew that that sound and music was going to be, you know, an integral part of making the Neverhood come alive and be real. We wanted the sound effects to be very earthy, almost grotesque, you know, thuddy clay. The music, because the gaming industry was all going to heavy metal and techno, we wanted to kind of take a right turn and go into blues and just Dixieland, just funky, crazy stuff, which we knew Terry Taylor, whom I'm a big fan of, was very good at, very versatile. He did a couple of songs, they worked out very well, and, well, he got hired. The voices of the characters, we couldn't afford any more voice actors, so we all did them ourselves. And I did Clog and Hoborg and Big Robot Bill, and Mark Lorenzen did Willie Trombone. Clog, we would have me say something like, "I know what you're thinking and you can forget it," and then we would pitch it up an octave, so he sounded like this little, you know, crusty little guy, evil, with evil heart.
To make backgrounds for the Neverhood, you very carefully plan out how you want the room or the puzzle to look. You build it out of wood, and then you cover that wood with clay, sculpting it to look just right. And then you shoot it with a digital camera, take it into a paint program, touch it up, and build any animations that go with it. And you put it right in the game.
I'm a recovering programmer, and I'm proud of it. I worked on the engine, I worked on resource compilers and just pixels and bits and pixels and bits, and I programmed and I slept a little bit once in a while, but mostly I programmed.
You know, when we first decided to make a video game using a bunch of clay and sets, I was really excited because that sounded like a fun thing to begin on. So we brought in some carpenters and they started building these wood sets, and I wanted to help, but I had to set up a network and write some animation tools for the artists. But then they started playing the set, and I thought, yeah, it's going to be fun. But I had to write a sound engine for the game and work on some of the first-person puzzles. And before I knew it, everything was built, and they filmed everything, and I hadn't gotten to have any fun. Just the artists had fun. The programmers, we worked in our offices. But they got to use computers. In fact, this is Doug's computer right here. He used it every day. He got to use computers and play with clay. I was stuck using computers. Well, Mr. Doug Nagle, this is what I think about that.
just sit here with my hands folded in my lap, very quietly. And if anybody comes by, I scowl at them, and they think they're interrupting something important, and they go away.
I do have to wonder who did the vocals for, you know, the tracks like this one, for example, though. Also, apparently the Terry Taylor in this game is Terry Scott Taylor, who is not the same as the Terry Taylor who did Dario Argento's scores, who is apparently a British musician. But apparently the two were born only a couple of years apart, so there's that. I feel like you have to wonder why that's something of a trope, because I'm pretty sure I've seen that in at least a couple of other things where a character just lights a match by striking it on the bottom of their soul. I was actually wondering if the people behind this game had done anything else that required animation, or I mean claymation specifically, because I was thinking of, you know, Earthworm Jim, which I'm pretty sure all these people will also be fairly well known for. But I'm pretty sure that pretty much everything that was in Earthworm Jim was all just traditional drawn animation, so... Guess he's continuing to do that with the storyboarding in this game, though, and the concept art. I mean, it probably would be a necessity if you're gonna translate this kind of stuff into clay models to have an idea of what the heck you're aiming for. I have to imagine that, I mean, they probably said it relatively concisely themselves, but the people involved had to have had some considerable experience before they even started working on this with making clay stuff. I don't know if that would necessarily translate into the other people who did Earthworm Jim, though, like I said. But I really don't know. I mean, I noticed pretty much, I would say one guy specifically talking about working a lot with clay. I'm not sure if that would apply to him. But yeah, I guess looking at the concept art for this, looks like, I guess Clog in particular had almost like an Earthworm Jim-like design for the head, and also looks almost like a villain from Courage the Cowardly Dog. I mean, did they make storyboards like this for every single puzzle in the game before it was implemented, including the one that was like the sequence of symbols from the two screens in separate locations? Not a question how that one would have worked. I wonder how long it took them to like plan out the long routes on the friggin' wall rail cart things. What made you decide on this sequence of directions specifically? That's what I would be wondering. And I would imagine there probably is, but I wonder if there is a collation of like all the different screens from the the rail cart sections, just like put together into one cohesive thing, more or less. Let's see how all those things are supposed to connect together. Yeah, honestly, the Clayman design, I guess, is supposed to be or just visually kind of reminds me at least of like a kind of mix between the Earthworm Jim head and also, I don't know, a carrot or something. I would even say it makes me think a little bit of something like Flaming Carrot, but that would imply that I knew anything about Flaming Carrots, other than that's what Mystery Man was based on. Okay, that was the end of that. That might be a nice way to play things out, having seen all that by ourselves. But yeah, it's gonna be bothering me now. The fact, well, I guess we'll just quit. I think if we quit from here, we're just gonna close the entire SCOM VM application instead of sending it back to a launcher. But that's not really surprising considering that I've done that before and had the exact same thing happen before, right? Time for me to delete this thing, maybe. Yeah, window capture 3 has been removed, and if I add a window capture now, it's gonna tell me window capture 3 as the default, right? Yeah, it is. Okay, it's because that last one was removed entirely, not just from that one scene. But yeah, I suppose that's about as good a time as I need to start and wrap things up, even though it's technically a little bit sooner than I usually do. It's, bizarrely enough. And especially bizarrely enough considering that I was planning to start about 2 hours earlier than I actually did, but I ended up miscalculating a few things, and so I didn't. But hey, it worked out in the end. I'd say that this was a decent extension, so let me go ahead and why don't I skip around a bit in my playlist here, because fittingly enough, I mean, you can't see what I'm doing right now, but I'm pretty sure that somewhere in here we do have a track from the Neverhood. Seems to be a little bit farther down than I anticipated, though. I mean, I didn't really anticipate anything specific, since the whole point of this list is that it's shuffled. So I don't know where anything is. Well, yeah, apparently we have to click a whole bunch to even have any idea of where that thing might have ended up. Okay, there it is. Is there anything after it? Yes, there is. Is there at least 2 things after it? 3 things after it, even? Yes. I'll say 4, because I'm not convinced that any of the 4 are, like, really that long, but we'll transition into this, I guess, to infing stuff. Okay, it literally says Terry S. Taylor on the metadata for this, so I suppose that should have, if I had been paying attention to that before, should have probably clued me into the fact that it was Terry Scott Taylor. Which is not the same Terry Taylor who did Dario Argento soundtracks, which I cannot stop remarking upon, because actually those Bill Wyman and Terry Taylor and Dario Argento soundtracks are some of my favorite movie soundtracks, honestly. But yeah, now that that's been completed, and that's been clarified, and all that good stuff, why don't we go ahead and go over to, well, first I want to go over to, like, one of these damn places on my Discord are telling me that I have a ping, because they just don't stop, do they? I got a couple of pings from here. Why don't you know it? This place is a thing. Oh dear. I mean, I should have switched over to the screen about a minute ago, I would say. But I guess, it never really occurred to me before I actually finished this game, but I guess Clayman, even though Clayman implies popular, or not popular, but plural, is actually technically only referring to the one character that calls himself that. So even though his name is Clayman, it's only one dude. It's just me with the pronunciation, I guess, but yeah. But as I mentioned, this might actually be a not entirely terrible time for me to take a quick look at a few different things here. And maybe do something. Yeah, I think I know what I might do for now. something that I've done a few times in the past. And we might as well do again today to play things out seems appropriate. Well, I guess we didn't quite get to play things out with this track itself since that's the end of it, but we can also bring in the... Okay, no, never mind. I thought this was going to be a different track. And I was going to say something that was going to probably correspond to that one, but doesn't quite correspond to this one as much, but... Oh dear, if you would be willing to stick around for just a moment longer, I'm going to see if I can throw a quick raid to Turian's Gone Wild, who is currently live. Since I guess I managed to, you know, finish this, bring the stream to a close before like 1 AM or something. As I often, or maybe not often, but certainly a few times end up doing. Oh boy. Well, I thought that was gonna happen anyway, but apparently my freaking... And it probably still will happen, but... Apparently the freaking... What's it called? Like my tab ended up dying that I'm actually playing my stream on. Due to fucking lack of RAM or something like that, because apparently this browser loves to have that happen on Twitch, but yeah. Anyway, Turian's Gone Wild is cool person, friend of the stream, chill times, and is currently playing the Resident Evil 1 remake, I think, blind. But yeah. That's where we're gonna be heading off to in just a minute, but as for me, I think I've already posted the projected schedule that I have for the week on the Discord, I'm pretty sure, so for the rest of the week, predictably enough, I'm gonna continue with my playthrough of Neo The World Ends With You. I actually considered doing a little bit of that on the weekend, just because I wanted to like go just a little bit further. And maybe that would make like off-screen grinding a little bit easier, but I ended up waiting. So we'll see what happens when I get back to that tomorrow. Oh, here we go, Sony Vegas. Oh, whoops. And also, because I had to reload the tab, I didn't accurately see how much ammo this was left. But anyway, yeah, you'll definitely say thank you for free ammo like always. Thanks for chatting. Always great when other people chat, and I will see you later. This makes it onto the record here.